A very good morning to everyone. It is with great pleasure and honor that we welcome you to the National Conference on Tomato Problems, Perspectives, and Plant Breeding Solutions. I now invite the dignitaries to kindly occupy their respective position on the dais. I now invite Dr. K. Narayan, Founder and Director ADPDR, Dr. N.K. Krishnakumar, Dr. Surendra, Dr. Maheswara HP, Dr. Narayan Krishna Bhatt, Dr. G.S.K. Swami, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, Dr. Aparna Tiwari to kindly occupy their respective positions on the dais.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಲೈವ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಲೈವ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸದು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನೋಡಿ. ನೀನು ಇದೆಯಲ್ವಾ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ.
I also invite Dr. Raman to be seated on the dais on behalf of Dr.
ಚಾನಲ್ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ಚಾನಲ್ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ, ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಚಾನಲ್ ಹೆಸರು.
Thank you.
ಇದು UHS ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆ. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲಿಂಕು.
As rightly said by Laurie Colvin, a world without tomatoes is like a string quartet without violins. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everyone. It's that time of the year where we have come together as a united force, not just as a group, but as a family of enthusiasts, innovators, and visionaries. University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot, College of Horticulture, Bengaluru welcomes you to the National Conference on Tomato Problems, Perspectives, and Plant Breeding Solutions, organized by Foundation for Advanced Training in Plant Breeding in partnership with University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot, where ideas converge, research strengthens, and innovation takes the center stage. The Foundation for Advanced Training in Plant Breeding is a non-profit organization that aims to promote advanced technology in plant breeding and work with the agricultural fraternity to offer an integrated approach towards sustainability and food security. Through this inclusive and multidisciplinary approach, ADPDR targets to promote advanced technology in existing companies and organizations, develop experts for the global market, and encourage more entrepreneurs to launch their ventures. In this light, we are here today embarking to celebrate and explore the diverse facets of one of the world's most beloved and versatile vegetable, the tomato. Tomatoes in the vibrant tapestry of global cuisine are indispensable jewels. Tomato is not just merely a fruit, it's a symbol of culinary excellence, a source of livelihood for many, and a key component of the global food security. From the spicy salads of Mexico to the sumptuous pastas of Italy, it transcends the boundaries and cultures, finding its place in an array of delicious dishes worldwide. Tomato, in its culinary cornerstone, exemplifies versatility, elevating the flavors with its vibrant acidity and umami depth, defining the dishes with elegance and charm. This conference is a platform for the exchange of knowledge, ideas, and innovations in the field of tomato cultivation, processing, and utilization. They say great ideas are born in the synergy of minds. Today, we are here to ignite the flames of innovation where every thought, every discussion, and perhaps the every connection has the potential to spark the next big idea. It is our hope that this conference will serve as the catalyst for the positive change and innovation, ultimately benefiting the farmers, consumers, and the environment. Without further ado, before we commence, as a part of our undying tradition, To invoke the Almighty, may I now invite Miss Ramya Nayak for the invocation song.
ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾನಾಯಕ ದೇವ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾನಾಯಕ ದೇವ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಮೂಷಿಕವಾಹನ ಸರ್ಪಾಲಂಕೃತರೇ ಗಜಾನನ ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಮೂಷಿಕವಾಹನ ಸರ್ಪಾಲಂಕೃತರೇ ಗಜಾನನ ಆದಿಪೂಜಿತ ನೀನು ವೇದವಂದಿತ ನೀನು ಆದಿಪೂಜಿತ ನೀನು ವೇದವಂದಿತ ನೀನು ರಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಕಾಪಾಡು ಗಣನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ಗಿರಿಜಾಸುತನಿಗೆ ಗರಿಗೆಯ ಸರಿಸುವೆ ಗಿರಿಜಾಸುತನಿಗೆ ಗರಿಗೆಯ ಸರಿಸುವೆ ಪರಿಹರಿಸು ಪಾಪ ಗಣನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾದಾಯಕ ದೇವ ಶರಣು ನಿನಗೆ ಶರಣು ವಕ್ರತುಂಡ ಮಹಾಕಾಯ ಸೂರ್ಯಕೋಟಿ ಸಮಪ್ರಭಾ ನಿರ್ವಿಘ್ನಂ ಕುರು ಮೇ ದೇವೋ ಸರ್ವಕಾರ್ಯೇಷು ಸರ್ವದಾ ಸರ್ವಕಾರ್ಯೇಷು ಸರ್ವದಾ ಸರ್ವಕಾರ್ಯೇಷು ಸರ್ವದಾ.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ramya Nayak, for igniting the power of faith with a beautiful invocation song. To raise up a hearty welcome warm enough to hold you all, I feel immensely raptured to hand over this wonderful opportunity. Dr. K.K. Narayan, founder and director, ADBBR. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you, distinguished members of the dais, invitees, delegates, and friends in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this conference. It is indeed gratifying that we at ATBBR to collaborate with the Horticulture University in putting together this great conference. Now, I am sure all of you will agree that today you cannot overemphasize the importance of tomato as a vegetable, as a commercial crop, globally as well as in India. But for the tomato farmers in this country, even today, tomato cultivation is turning out to be a gamble. There are times when the prices are hitting the sky. You will all remember it's just 2 months ago that the prices of tomatoes were about 200 rupees a kilogram. Whether all of it reached the farmer is still questionable. But today it has crashed that many farms, even in the outskirts of Bangalore, people actually allow people to come and pick up the tomatoes because it's not even worth engaging the leaves. I think many countries have addressed this issue by post-harvest technologies, processing, preservation. We have done very well in the area of breeding for resistance against many of the noxious viruses that attack this crop. breeding for certain quality traits which allow for, let's say, hardness of the fruit, firmness, which allow for transportation over distances. But I think it's still a long way before we can say we have achieved significant progress in the area of processing, post-harvest processing, preservation of the fruit. So that could be one area where more attention need to be paid in the coming years without actually taking away anything from the work that has already happened. Tomato, being a soil-vicious crop, as you all know, lends itself very easily to the infusion of a lot of technologies. I don't know how many of you really know that the first gene-edited crop to be commercialized was a tomato variety, Sicilian Rouge, by a Japanese company called Sanatech. So that's in the market now. I believe that they actually sell the seeds on the number of seeds basis. A few seeds cost a few dollars. Sorry. So there's a great opportunity for the infusion of technologies, and so we as technologies, as stewards for promotion of technologies in their development, in their deployment in the field, in terms of promoting the cultivation of tomato using scientific principles, we should all take it upon ourselves to actually get these objectives achieved in the next coming year. So without much further time, thank you. I was almost incessantly traveling the last few days. I've got a bad cold and now getting out of this cold. Sorry. So I think it's a great opportunity for us, and it is so nice to see all of you here. So let me just, without much further ado, once again welcome you all to this meeting on behalf of ATPBR and on behalf of all the organizers of this conference. Thank you and have a good day. Thank you very much.
As a token of appreciation, we now welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. I now request Dr. Maheswara HP to hand over the token to all the dignitaries.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಇದೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹಾಂ ಅದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕನೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಬೇಕದು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ನೋಡಿ ಎಡವಬಾರ್ದು.
Thank you, everyone. Asatoma Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityoma Amritangamaya. A ray of light is a ray of hope. Let's all leave the darkness and step towards the bright path. Now we have our traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. I request all the dignitaries of the dais to light the lamp and inaugurate the program.
ಅದು ಎಡುದಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಯಾ? ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ನಾ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
you everyone for the traditional auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. Moving on, to define the conference in the best way possible, I now invite a man of distinct vision and the fountainhead of illuminating ideas, Dr. N.K. Krishnakumar, former Deputy Director General, Horticultural Science, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, New Delhi, to address the gathering.
A very good morning to all of you. Silent, Kira. A very good morning to all of you. Everyone, namaskara, vanakkam, sat sri akal, whatever. Very, very delighted to be here. And on a personal note, I would like to start this by thanking Dr. Ashok Dalwai, whom I contacted, and he was everywhere, and in spite of it taking time to make to this conference, and my special thanks to Dr. Ashok Dalwai. When we ask the farmers most often, कभी कभी हमने बहुत सारे मन की बात सुनते हैं, दिल की बात नहीं सुना अभी तक. So whatever I am going to tell you is दिल की बात and not मन की बात. Whenever you talk to farmers very often, they say that, sir, you just address the marketing issues, all of the things we will take care of ourselves. And we thought it's very appropriate that we wanted two economists. Dr. Ramesh has agreed, and most of you know whenever the onion prices rise, there is a fever in Delhi. And so I can guess that it will be difficult for him. And we are very happy that we have another wonderful economist in Dr. Ashok Dalwai, who is heading the National Rainfed Authority, understands the spectrum of crops, and he is an agriculture graduate. And we need persons at the policy level, persons with agriculture knowledge, who understands the policy implications. And most persons at the top who make decisions are economists, and he is also one among them. Why this conference? This conference, the very idea was started, as Narayanan rightly said, when the prices were shooting down. But that's not limited to that. Horticulture as a segment, every day we see that horticulture has surpassed the crop science segment when it comes to the yield. But when it comes to Dr. Ashok Dalwai, I would still like to also bring it to your notice. At the national level, when it comes to resource allocation, some of horticulture goes into the bag. Farmers have made more money. Horticulture remains environmentally and ecologically the only wonderful segment that can address our issues of climate change, which is being talked about all over the world. We have been talking about food security. Food security without nutritional security is nil. And nutritional security can come best from horticulture, both ecologically and economically, and also economically, because as compared to the meat or fish or any other segment, the unit invested in horticulture translates much more effectively to nutrition as compared to any other segments. And International Planet on Climate Change has very categorically said the human race cannot advance with the kind of meat consumption that is taking place, and we have to calibrate ourselves back in this direction. When it comes to some of the crops, I see that the horticultural production in our country is in the ratio of, I would say, 2:1, 2 towards vegetable production and 1 towards fruit crops on a very large term, if you speak, other than spices and floriculture forming a small segment. And in the order, the potatoes, which are almost like a food crop, next to eggplant, onions, tomatoes, one of the, and we all know the top crops have become almost, now everybody knows what are top crops. First we thought that it is only onion, but now along with onion, potato and tomato have joined to be the trinity of vegetables which are going to drive. But what's a matter of concern is that the crops, whether you say onion, whether you say tomato, or to some extent potato, we have a very little elasticity, and if the elasticity is a little bit stretched, they become so volatile, and then when the volatility sets in, automatically there is a spike, and with the best of brains, we have not been able to understand the volatility of prices, though we are able to make certain predictions with regard to the elasticity of the prices. Now, for the last 25 years, we have been telling that whenever the tomato prices go, we talk a little bit about the processing, we talk about alternate, and when the prices come, everything dies down, like election promises. Today morning, I was just reading the newspaper. The words, the maximum number of aircrafts ordered by a country is India, nearly 1,000 aircrafts being ordered, and no other country is ordering that kind of aircrafts, with a minuscule of the populations only traveling by air. Now you can imagine the strength and the economy of this country. This country with 130 crores has to take the global market, not just in this, but also in terms of processing, exporting of the tomatoes, export of processed products in tomato and other vegetable crops. And more importantly, we are talking about export of seed and planting material through our wonderful innovations that are being creeping in to the agriculture. Farmers have become extremely scientific. There is a vast scientific knowledge that is available, and large parts of the globe, either due to climatic aberrations, more due to human conflicts, they are in. There is a short supply of commodities across the globe. Just a few days back, for the information, I was in a spice conference where it was told we always talk in terms of export of basmati rice. One variety, GC4 in cumin, the export has shot up from 30 crores to 370 crores in a matter of 3 years, just because of one variety which was resistant to stem crop. Now, what I'm really trying to tell is these things have come through the public sector. Thanks to Indo-American hybrid seed, which revolutionized through Karnataka hybrids, the tomato hybrids in this country, and also the pioneering work done by Dr. Kiku, IIHR, the contributions in okras to yellow and mosaic resistant varieties. We have heralded, and I call this as a silent revolution. We always talk about revolution, but horticulture revolution is something, a silent revolution, which has not been acknowledged. We always clap our hands when satellite goes into space. We never clap our hands when wonderful varieties are released into the market, which makes a difference to the lives of millions of people. Millions. And nothing else can contribute. Like Swaminathan said, we can import guns but not grains. And that's true. And we have seen with Pakistan the kind of infighting that takes place for tomatoes and cereals and no matter what. Unfortunately, Dr. Dalwai at the policy level, we have not even exploited the dearth of commodities in our neighboring countries, which badly need these commodities. And why I'm trying to tell this is the way to translate money into the farmer's pocket is we should provide export opportunities for our farmers, whether it is through the commodity or it is through the process or it is through the seed and planting material. And our countries around the region are lacking in technical knowledge. But this country is sitting on a wealth of knowledge that can be harnessed, and if it is properly mainstreamed and with policy interventions, we can make that kind of a difference with pomegranate, grapes, and such other commodities are made by farmers. And for this, we need policy guidelines and administrative support. We need a blueprint, like how Israel is interconnecting the whole globe. Everybody may say whatever against them, but globally they are the persons who are driving, whether it is floriculture or all other commodities. Now, Indian diaspora is there all over the world. We have not been able to bring them kind of a network where we can harness. If Spain and Turkey and many other countries, Italy, can send their agricultural attaché to their embassies and push forward the commodities that they want to push through in our country. I don't understand why we are not a. We do so many conferences in Africa. When I was in African Horticulture Congress, they were literally at my feet to say, we want India to have this. Unfortunately, it is all lost in the five-star dinners. We're calling the experts. But after that, what really translates with the grassroots level leaves a little more to be desired. Tomato is just a commodity. And likewise, we have tremendous commodity. It's like okra, Dr. Kiku was just sharing with me, the largest in terms of money value, the seed is okra. Not even tomato, not even capsicum or anything. Okra has, and it is a crop which is basically, you can see African Indians eat, most of us don't eat, but that's the kind of market. We are such a huge country that you call it tomato ketchup, tomato sauce, or anything. There 1%, if somebody enters into our market, they can make millions abroad. Likewise, we have to see how to do this kind of import restriction from other countries, because in another few years' time, 50% of the Indians will be urban, and the urban centers are the driving force of agriculture, processed commodities, and all other things that are going to take place. The other aspect which bothers me is we are talking nutrition and food safety in two different angles. We only talk about vitamin C level, ascorbic acid level, this is good. But as a consumer, my consumption, my doubt is to eat this tomato or not to eat this tomato. Does it have pesticides? Does it have any? Is it grown in heavy metal contamination? Is it going to be there? So what I'm telling you is there is a need for a very stringent discussion or a serious discussions on nutrition along with food safety. Tomato is one segment where protected cultivation has made wonders. Many may say that protected cultivation when it comes to tomatoes may not be as profitable as current capsicum, but tomato as a crop is an integral component of the protected cultivation. Peri-urban horticulture, protected cultivation, vertical farming, soilless culture, the applications of trait-specific breeding, applications of genomics, virus resistance, and these are some things which are going to drive the wheel of research in the days to come. There are farmers who are in need of solution. There is an industry which is vibrant. There is an academia which has got knowledge. But like Navagraha, we are looking in different directions. And this particular meeting was exactly to have an interface of all these growers. Let us share our experiences. In fact, the largest mandi in Kolar, Mr. Gowda is also coming and sharing some of his views with regard to this. In Japan, there is a saying, if you cannot do, this class cannot do. If this class cannot do, if this school cannot do. And if this school cannot do, Japan cannot do. If Japan cannot do, the world cannot do. When it comes to some of these crops, if India cannot do, Nepal cannot do, Bangladesh cannot do, Pakistan cannot do, Afghanistan cannot do, Sri Lanka cannot do. And today we have an expertise that the world is looking for us. You are yourself aware of the bright spot of Raman, how much it has transformed the hybridization and improved varieties. But beyond India, when you go to the northern belt, we have not replicated one more Nadibenur, which will make a tremendous difference. So we are just taking tomato as an example. We would like to take forward with many other commodities approach. We are looking at market intelligence, global market intelligence, and thanks to Indo-American ability, global market intelligence, a small effort was taken to know which countries require what kind of tomatoes, in what form of processed product. If you have to export, what are the government policies which prevent export or not export of a particular commodities. I think we have to make two things: a big data, interpretation of big data, and analysis at the national level. Dr. Ashok Dalwai, if I may take the liberty of telling you, there is a disconnect between Delhi and other parts of the country. sitting in Krishi Bhavan, sitting in Pusa, thinking that we are the entire landscape of the country, I have experienced. But there is a need to understand that there is a vast India, poor, rural, urban, educated, uneducated, all kinds of things, a mosaic of problems, a mosaic of opportunities across the India. But one policy decisions, right policy decision taken at the center can alter the lives of millions of people and billions of people. And as a policymaker, I would request that through your voice, may you be that voice to articulate at the right moment. Like today, I was just sharing. The government has not been able to provide a decent auditorium to the horticulture college. How will we expect the horticulture college, Bangalore, to have scientific meetings that they need to do it very urgently that is needed. And if these kinds of things are not provided, there is no fun in asking scientists to do. And lastly, the biosecurity bill is hanging in the parliament ever since Sharad Pawarji was an agriculture minister. No fun in calling we have the maize, tomato pinworm came into this world, tuta came into this world, then we have Spodoptera frugivora, fall arborvore. Where are we with regard to the stringency that is required in preventing as the commerce grows, as the industry grows, as we look into so many other commodities, we also have to really move in the right direction. We always admire Australia and New Zealand for their biosecurity, but we don't have the liberty of a biosecurity bill hanging in the parliament for the last 14 years without no action being taken. And somebody, I'm sure that the persons in Delhi are sensitive, but they need to be told by the right person at the right time. And these are some of the things that are concerning. Tomato spotted wilt we never had in this country. And our quarantine was poor. We have introduced tomato spotted wilt virus into the country. So also Western flower grapes. They can alter the mosaic of viruses in this country if adequate provisions are not taken care of. So when it came to COVID, the nation has won handling the problem. But even agricultural problems are equally serious and they need to be addressed. And we thought whether it is from many problems can be addressed through breeding. Some problems are too difficult to be addressed through breeding alone because it requires others to. There is no fun in allowing the devil to come inside and asking our breeders to work on that. Instead, we can prevention is better than cure. So breeders are definitely they have revolutionized across crops, but they need to be stimulated. Breeders are more than happy to take forward the commitments and some of the things that emanate from this particular meeting. While breeding can only go few yards, we also need to address the issue of conservation of water, micronutrient application, scientific growth of agriculture, and many other scenarios. And lastly, whatever the scientists think, we thought, unless there is a session on farmers interface where farmers will have that problem. There is a session on protected cultivation. So we thought that and there is an industry which is also would be very happy. We are happy to see so many industries participating. So together we thought we will lay out a roadmap and we will be sharing with you. Personally, I will also share with you Dr. Ashok Dalwai and see that already you are seeing that the tomato prices go up in a few days and it immediately drop down. Same thing will happen with onion. Same thing will happen. If one late blight, we are going to lose 5 million to 10 million tons of potato in the country, and that will set the ball rolling. And potato is closely linked to tomato, potato is closely linked to onion, potato is linked to urbanization, and we will have elections are looming around the corner. We don't want one more problems, these kinds of problems. And there is a problem, the scientist will be asked, what are you doing? And so these are some of the things which Kahana Maine, Man Ki Baat Nahi Hai, Dil Ki Baat. So it was not a prepared text, and I thought I just share some of my points with you. These are some of the issues which will be addressed, and whatever each of the points I'm sharing with you as a citizen of this country, as a person who was once in the policy making level, as a person who was heading the horticulture research, as a person who is also concerned about the welfare of farmers of this country. So these are some of the things we wish to address. I'm very thankful to the Horticulture University for providing this product. Dr. Kiku, the Lion of Tomato in this country, who personifies tomato, and the ATPDR, which is doing its best to take the plant breeding to a greater level for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom and enlightening us about where exactly India stands. For you have ignited this spark with Man Ki Baat, a Prime Minister's vision, putting forth before us a mosaic of opportunities. Thank you, sir. Moving on, we are truly honored and privileged to have with us today a remarkable individual whose insight has the power to inspire and illuminate our minds. May I now cordially invite our guest of honor, Dr. Surendra Kiku, founder and research advisor, Terra Agrotech Limited, ATPBR, to address the perspectives to the August gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dalwai, for coming and giving us this honor of your presence here. And thank you again to Dr. Maheswara, the VC of Bangalore University of Horticultural Science, for helping us to do this. And I'm very happy to see a very good audience. And the fact is that when these prices were going up, as Dr. Krishnakumar said, we were thinking about what should be done as scientists, etc. What should be done with this? Another story was developing in Delhi. The Ministry of Consumer Affairs started a program called Tomato Grand Challenge, which was like what they started last year on Onion Grand Challenge. I was chosen as one of the members, and I felt that I will not go into those details. We have decided on what to do there. 4 verticals have been divided, in which ideation has come from the country. More than 1,500 ideas have come in. And while we were discussing about this symposium, this conference, we thought that the ideas that will come from here, it will help those ideation persons who will get shortlisted to further add to their way of doing it. A little bit about ATPBR. This is our 6th conference. I have been associated with it since 2019. We have done 4 national level conferences, 1 global level in Okra, last year with IERI at Delhi, and this is the 6th one on tomato. And tomato is something I have been associated with 54th year this year. 1971 I grew my first crop in IHR and then moved on to private sector in 1988. I would, as he said, tomato has been displaced by okra in the last 5 years as a second crop. It was number 1 vegetable crop in the country, but now okra has taken over, where also I've been associated for the last 40 years. So the fact is that I think tomato has not reached where it needs to be reached. We have done a lot of disease resistance breeding, and we have focused on some cultivation. But compared to China, we are half. Compared to Netherlands, they do 600 tons per hectare under protected cultivation. Our average yield is 25 tons. So that's the gap. So this I will talk more. I have a small talk in the afternoon, so I will talk about that more. But you can see that there is a big gap. So the idea was to do a holistic meeting. Dr. Krishnakumar has already, I won't take much time. We are having different sessions in which we will deliberate on some panel discussions so that we can come out with very clear ideas on what should we tell the farmers, what we should tell the policymakers, which can help them in finding solutions. That will be so the way forward is not just yield. As I said, yield with all the same hybrid today. There is one person taking 10 tons per hectare. There is one person here sitting here. He says he's taking 7 tons per acre. Same hybrid. So it's not a question of only genetic gain for yield. We have to do the other stuff to make sure that everybody is able to upgrade their yields. With that, I think we will have a very good, I hope that we will have a very good conference. Thank you all for coming in, and I will close with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. For your concern about the tomato on research and development has been truly commendable. Once again, thank you. Moving on, may I now invite a noble person and a man behind the accomplishments of our university, Dr. Maheswara HP, Director of Research, University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkot, to address the perspectives. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all delegates, respected speakers of this national conference, Ashok Dalwai, IAS, and the Krishnakumar, formerly part of the science ICR, Kinaran, Raman, my senior colleague in the university, and now in the higher university, Kiku, my colleague, Aparna, invitees, delegates from civil industry, universities, and ICR institutes, welcome to you all. As you all know, we have this national conference just to think about the main vegetable crop tomato. This was actually discussed 2-3 months back because of the problem faced by the tomato farmers, particularly in our Kola region. We had a brainstorming session from our university side with the farming, but we could not come out with any solution. And as you all know, there is a disparity with respect to demand and supply for the past 3-4 months. There is a sharp increase in the price of this commodity, and it made the across the country. With this view, we thought we'll have a meeting involving industry, scientists across the country. In this way, ATPBR came forward to have dialogue with our university. This is the first time our university is collaborating with the ATPBR. That we have selected an important tomato. Friends, as you all know, 2 days we'll be discussing the mainly in plant breeding perspective, we have a variety for quite specific. And this is the resistance as opposed to and for industry, processing and table purpose, that all has to be discussed. And value chain in processing also we are lacking. That's why our when the supply comes in higher way, there will be a loss to the community in terms of price crash. And as Shubhmas has told, we are lacking in market intelligence and market extension for the farmers. We are failing that also, so that our farmers do not know how best you can grow throughout the year without making any change in the demand and supply chain. That was lacking. Definitely in these 2 days we will be deliberating on this aspect. We will come up with a solution for it. So, at our university level, we have a breeding group. As you all know, at university, mainly we concentrate on education and research and extension are in a little bit back season. But even then, we are giving thirst for some of the important crops in that area. We have taken this tomato as a main crop, and we have made a team to work on this, led by our technologist. And we have got the ODOP for establishing a tomato processing center in Kolar under our KVK, and that comes, I think, farmers will be having some relief for diverting their product to the processing industry also. Friends, delegates, in these 2 days, let us discuss, deliberate on the main thrust areas of our tomato breeding and production with good medical practices and protection also, as you all know, to give a safety tomato to the consumers. Let us discuss and make a roadmap, and we will go ahead with the what can be done to the tomato industry in the country. With this, I take this opportunity to thank ATPBR for co-opting our university, and let us integrate with the industry, the other universities in the tomato sector, and we give solution to the farming community. Jai Hind. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for briefly highlighting the tomato perspectives and putting forth for your stand on tomato at the university level. Thank you, sir. May I now invite our guest of honor, Dr. Raman, Vice President INB Seats, to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, distinguished guests on the dais and dignitaries of the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. I'm representing ILD Seats Private Limited, and Naren could not join us today, so I will be able to join in the second half today. So I think already Dr. Krishnakumar, talking about the importance of the conference, spoke about a plethora of issues and potential. Why this conference? And perhaps the issues which he highlighted is quite overwhelming. And perhaps that's the reason that this issue, the volatility of tomato prices, is nothing new. But not many attempts, at least to my mind, has been made to put together a program like this, which brings in all the players into one forum to have a discussion. To that extent, I think congratulations to our organizers and for putting together such a program. And it's no surprise with ATTBR and Dr. Kiku being one of the players there. And as my mentor and guide, he already has highlighted the issues and what we can expect from the program. Quality seed and superior genetics are two important components. Of course, there are many. And ILB Seeds, being one of the key players in developing superior genetics and producing and supplying quality seeds, takes pride to be part of this event. And we look forward to the deliberations and also continue to work with the PBR as we go forward, and of course the university. Thank you very much, and looking forward for the deliberation.
Thank you, sir. We are fortunate enough to have with us today a remarkable individual, that is Dr. Ashok Dalwai, currently the Chief Executive Officer of National Rainfed Area Authority, MOA, and FW Government of India. With his illustrious career in development of several reforms, he has been a student of agricultural sciences with a post-graduation in agricultural economics and PhD in economics. We are fortunate enough to have with us today. May I now take the pleasure to invite Dr. Ashok Dalwai, Chief Executive Officer, National Rainfed Area Authority of India, Government of India, New Delhi, to present the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar to all of you. Good morning, respected Dr. Krishnakumar, Dr. K.K. Narayanan, Dr. Surendra, Kiku, Dr. Maheswara, Dr. Raman, Dr. Swami, Dr. Dignitary, all the respected scientists, academics, entrepreneurs, young students, and friends from the media. Once again, good morning to all of you. All of us here from different parts of the country have gathered, and all of us are concerned in one way or another with agriculture at the generic level, and horticulture at the more particular level, and with tomato more specifically. I must congratulate the Foundation for Advanced Training in Plant Breeding and the University of Horticultural Sciences, Bhagalpur, who have taken up this joint initiative of drawing the attention of all concerned stakeholders to the all-important crop called tomato. Plant breeding is very important. It is plant breeding that has transformed agriculture. It has transformed agriculture right through the civilization of certain agriculture. When we talk of plant breeding, it is also natural selection. Nature has been the first plant breeder. But then man, having learned from nature to take up designed plant breeding, depending upon what he wanted, increasing yield, increasing resistance to certain pests and diseases, or different forms of biotic and abiotic stresses. And these days, in response to specific colors, taste, shape, size, and so on and so forth. So plant breeding is a very critical tool and an easy tool that is in the hands of science and technology. And in the modern era, beginning in 1950s, when many countries got decolonized, and the world started looking at humanity following the Holocaust of World War I and World War II, has used plant breeding to bring peace. It is therefore not surprising that Norman Borlaug, the father of global green revolution, is the only agriculture scientist to have been given Nobel Peace Prize because of the changes he brought about in the agricultural sector through plant breeding. Because agriculture is not one of the domains within the Nobel Prize canvas. Raman has then set up the World Food Foundation to give World Food Prizes. The takeaway from Norman Borlaug is when he was assigned the responsibility by the Ford Foundation to breed wheat varieties which were resistant to stem, rust, and yellow rust, he realized that the conventional plant breeding is taking a long time. After all, before we release the variety, it has been tested under different agroecological conditions. It has been tested for several parameters. So he adopted new methodology called as shuttle breeding, so that he was able to squeeze the time from the traditional 8 years to 4 years by using two different farms across this Mexican country. So the takeaway for the plant breeders is how do we maneuver the plant breeding technique, technology, and methodology to make it as quick as possible. And today, with the availability of new technology, it is possible for us to simulate the environment. Both days and nights can be created. We can manipulate the hours of sunlight, etc. So that is a new thing that all plant breeders need to have. And the second message that I would like to share, which I may be wrong, by and large, since plant breeding has been more associated with agronomic crops, horticulture domain relatively suffers from adequate number of breeders. And of course, it is much more complex compared to the agronomic crops. There are seasonal varieties, species, and there are also perennial species. So your challenge becomes that much more difficult. So how using the new gene editing technologies, can we pace up the process of plant breeding in horticulture? So this should be one very important topic that I'm sure you'll be discussing, and you should come up with proper recommendations. Yes, that's all. And see how it can reach the National Agricultural Research and Academic System, that means ICAR and the state agriculture universities, and also the private sector breeders. Now, breeding is a starting point. It is a starting point for the agriculture value chain. All that we're talking about in every crop, the entire agriculture sector is season born, biologically centered, where supply cannot be controlled. After all, it's a function of the agroecology, climate, and therefore the season. Value chain becomes very complex. Value chain in industry, the mechanized system of production is very easy. You can always manipulate the production and therefore control the supply. But in agriculture, it is very difficult to control supply and demand. And hence there is a price fluctuation. There is a very famous model in economics called the cobweb model of markets. The cobweb model studies the price fluctuations in relation to supply and demand functions. And then what it finds is the demand based on the current prices and supply based on the expected prices is what causes this fluctuation. When we all keep talking about increased supply in the succeeding year based on the high prices this year, it is nothing but the cobweb theory at work. Based on the high prices on account of low supply this year, the succeeding year will see high expectations and therefore the supply increases. So how do we ensure that we are able to check this price fluctuation and the price spread? So we'll look into that. Now within the agriculture sector, horticulture being more perishable, except of course for nuts, etc., is much more vulnerable to this cobweb model. And within that, when we are talking about tomato, which is one of the important candidates of the what we call a top bracket, tomato, onion, and potato, we experience higher fluctuations. Now, tomato, onion, and potato account for 90 million tons, which is 50% of the 180 million tons of vegetables, which is approximately a little less than 50% of the 335 million tons of horticulture. So, as a vegetable, these three are extremely important for India. They are common man's food. They are universal food. Now, tomato, onion, and potato, they are nearly 41% in terms of the gross area on the vegetables. But in terms of returns to the farmers, they register only 39%. To put it in simple words, if you have 10 million hectares on the vegetables in our country, there's a gross area. Tomato, onion, potato account for 41% of the area. But the value return is 39%. Given that horticulture is considered as a high value crop, the value return should be much more than 41%. So this is something that we need to analyze. And it is well known that there are both short-term and long-term reasons for this. There are price fluctuations, price volatility, losses in quantity and quality, and inability to tap the far range markets. When I say far range from the center of production. Say, for example, tomato, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, Odisha, Gujarat. These are the centers of tomato production. And within Karnataka, Kolar. So if Kolar is not able to tap the far range demand, say in Delhi or Mumbai, then there is the absence of harvesting of the demand function, and therefore the price return to farmers. So now this top tomato, onion, potato, many people have studied, and even our committee, Dr. Srinivas knows you are very closely associated with us in writing the DOFA report on horticulture. We also made a recommendation that we need specific interventions for these big crops. And mostly they deal with post-harvest management. Today in India, production is not a challenge. There is enough knowledge of plant breeding, agronomic practices, precision farming, etc. But what is really lacking in our country is post-harvest management. Therefore, we suggested there has to be something called an Operation Top, which of course government named it as Operation Greens. And so under the Operation Greens, it was launched in 2018 with rupees 500 crore as the purpose fund. There is scope both for short-term and long-term intervention. Short-term intervention is to make a market intervention. If the prices dip far below the expectation threshold level, then an agency like NAFED comes and procures. That means you regulate the supply here and then transport it to areas where there is a demand for it. That is short-term intervention. But long-term intervention is what is required. In the absence of long-term intervention, short-term intervention becomes too frequent and it is not financially feasible for any government. So long-term interventions aim at building robust value chains. I'm sorry, I got a little bit cold, so don't mind my cough. So long-term intervention is to build robust, healthy value chains. A value chain is defined as integration of series of value chains into a supply chain. That means production is one value chain. Then integration or by aggregating it is another value chain. So we keep on identifying different value chains between the production center and the consumption center and see how seamlessly we are able to integrate one with them. And that consumption center could be in India, it could be outside India. The marketing demands that we try to take advantage of demand anywhere so that we are able to transfer incomes to the farmers. So plant breeding is one important component of this. Now so far what has happened is in India and many countries, given this assumption that there is a natural demand for agriculture produce. We are not really bothered about the nature of demand. We are not bothered about the extent of demand, the time of demand, the space of demand. Therefore, we have been one-sided. We breed assuming that there is going to be demand. Our extension agency promotes it thinking that there is demand. The farmers grow thinking that there is demand. And therefore, there are situations of glut in one place and situation of deficits elsewhere. So what we now need is, when we talk about value chain, we should be talking what is called value system. A value system is little different from value chain. Value chain is one track. It just starts from bottom and goes up, from farm to consumption center, markets. But a value system is talking about two-way communication. Just as farmers are trying to meet the demand, the market must communicate reverse way the market intelligence to the farmers. That means there is a two-way communication, just as we keep talking about two-way communication and extension in economics and marketing also, there is a two-way communication. So that the farmers are able to produce what the markets want tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Or the next place and right place. So we must therefore graduate to agriculture value systems. So, in simple language, what it means is we are shifting the production from supply led to demand led. We are going to produce what the markets want, not what I want to sell. If I want to produce what I want to sell, then I must be unique. I am very sure there is no single product of this nature I am going to produce anywhere in this world, and therefore I am so confident I will sell it. But that's not, that's exception. We are talking common people, common farmers. So plant breeding also therefore has to look at the demand and then start its functions. Now, I talked to you about cowboy models. There is a good study or a good article written by one of the noted agriculture economists, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, supported by Dr. Harshvardhan and the former bureaucrat Raman. They have analyzed the tomato, onion, potato situation in India by developing a framework, and that framework they call it as SysF. I thought I'll share that with you, because in a way it encapsulates all that needs to be looked at from the perspective of honesty and tomato certainty. SysF stands for C, competitiveness, I for inclusiveness, first S for sustainability, second S for scalability, and F is finance. Finance is a family thing, without that nothing can be done. So let's look at briefly at these five areas. When we talk of competitiveness, it primarily means price competitiveness. Competitiveness of Indian tomato production in the global market as well as in the domestic market. These are the other crops. Thank you. So they assess the competitiveness of tomato based on two factors. One is what is called as from the perspective of international trade, which is very important. And you want to refer to that. So global competitiveness, they calculated what's called as the notional coefficient of competitiveness, or nominal competitive efficiency. In marketing, we keep on talking about coefficient of correlation and efficiency, etc. So they took the price series data for tomato for a certain amount of period, And they found that India's tomato production is highly competitive. You must be very happy, plant breeders and scientists must be very happy. You are giving the right varieties. Indian tomato is highly competitive in the global market. Yet we are not able to export. That's where I was talking about post-harvest management. If you look at the exports, tomatoes account for only 2% of the global trade. Whereas we are the second largest producer after China. Tomato, and so in onion and potato, we are the second largest producer world over after China. But in terms of global trade, we account for just 2%. So we need to analyze. I'm just throwing up the problem so that you'll be able to look at those things. And you may not find all answers immediately, but it gives a roadmap for research and for the analytics. Why, despite being competitive in terms of production, why we are not able to export? And domestic prices, that means domestic price formation, competitiveness. As you know, in marketing, agriculture marketing, one of the very simplest tool of assessing the efficiency from the perspective of farmers is what is the share of the farmer in the consumer's rupee. If the consumer bought it at 1 rupee, how many paise did the farmer got in that? So from a domestic competitiveness perspective, what we find is the data relates to 2018. If the farmer sold and the price he received, the average price received based on time series data was rupees 11.23 per quintal tomato. And the price that consumer paid was rupees 3,433 approximately. I don't remember the figure, but means 1,123 is the price the farmer received and the consumer paid 3,400. So approximately the farmer received 39%. That is the farmer share in the consumer's rupee. Normally in case of cereals like jawar, wheat, paddy, it goes up to 70-75%. Horticulture, because of the perishability and absence of value chains, we are not able to reach that level. So the farmer is getting only 33% of the consumer's rupee. The interesting thing is the trader, the retailer, got 26%. Now then you decide whether you want to be a producer or want to be a retailer. And production is so much more risky, right? You don't know, even 33% you not get it. So the intermediaries, the commission agent, the trader, the wholesaler, sub-wholesaler, and retailer together accounted for 67%. As against 33% of farm. So both in terms of global market scenario and domestic market scenario, there is a lot that we need to do to improve the lot of the farmer. And improving the lot of the farmer is just not for charity, but recognizing him as an entrepreneur. He's an entrepreneur, just like anybody in the small scale industry is, or even Tata, Adani, Ambani. Our farmer is also an entrepreneur. He's the first entrepreneur. And if we are able to transfer greater share of the consumer's rupee to the farmer, then he's incentivized to that extent. And he'll be willing to buy better seeds, better hybrids, and better technology, including digital precision technology, and further improve the productivity and the production. Now, so far as global competitiveness, I said, though we are competitive, the reason why we are not able to capture beyond 2% is we are too dependent on our neighbors. Our major exports happen to Pakistan, then to Bangladesh, then to Nepal, then to United Arab Emirates, and then Sri Lanka. Because we are exporting more of fresh and fresh imported and not processed. And therefore, going backward, our production is mostly for tabletop and not processable. So we should be looking at what should be the ratio between tabletop tomato and processable variety of tomato. And going further backward, whether hybrids are looking at tomato in terms of processability or in terms of tabletop. So this is what I said, value chain and reverse value chain. So that the starting point, release of new variety is considering these factors. Since we are dependent on our neighbors, obviously it is subjected to political fluctuations. That's what the time series data shows. Let's say in 2016-17, we exported 287,000 tons of tomato. The very next year it has come down to 55,000 tons. Just imagine. And then next year it went up to 105,000 tons. Of the 287,000 we exported to Pakistan in 2016-17. Next year they put a ban on imports from India. And it's all a matter of politics. You know that always Pakistan and India are having problems. So if we want stability in our exports, we need to think beyond this region. As I said, our production is competitive. Our breeders are doing well, farmers are doing well. Therefore, if we want to capture the far range market beyond the Asian region, then we need a very strong value chain. And once again, an interjection of processing. Because we need agri-logistics for export or marketing, both of fresh types as well as processing type. So this is the issue relating to competitiveness. To give a few words, because I think I will take a long time, to talk about inclusiveness. Inclusiveness from the perspective of farmers, from the perspective of the market functionaries, from the perspective of processors, there are certain challenges. From the farmer's perspective, 86%, 81% of all the tomato producers want marginal. But yet the productivity is higher compared to the larger farmer because of the close management. And horticulture requires very close management. They are doing very well. But then they need support because they are not able to integrate to the markets because their volumes are very small. Their inputs become costlier because they are dealing at small level. So their competitiveness will improve if we are able to bring them as collectives to farmer producers organizations, for example, so that both input and output management becomes much more. Similarly, at the market functionaries, while farmers are producing efficiently, the processing is not efficient in India. The cost of producing pulp and puree is much higher compared to the global standards. So Indian ketchup makers, for example, would prefer to import puree than use the local market. So we need to see how inclusive can it become there. Is it possible, for example, to promote small-scale, efficient puree pulp production units so that then they're able to integrate with the manufacturers of the ketchup? So inclusiveness can be studied from different stakeholders. Then scalability, I was talking of two S, one is scalability and sustainability. Sustainability is a buzzword these days. Is our tomato production sustainable from the perspective of water use, from the climate change and a gentle environment? Sustainable from the perspective of continuous or increasing demand for tomatoes. The 68th round of the National Sample Survey shows that the per capita consumption of tomato, onion, and potato is increasing. For example, for tomato, it increased to 74%. In rural areas, where higher population, by 58% in urban areas, where already people are consuming tomato. So there is going to be a continuous demand for tomato, notwithstanding that Okra has taken over tomato. So that means there is possibility of sustaining it, production. You have to now look at from the sustainability perspective relating to environment and climate change. Water use efficiency. Let's say paddy, very popular cereal, requires nearly 1300 millimeters of water. Tomato requires around 600. Cotton requires much more than the sugarcane, it requires some 2400 somewhere. But even this 600, can it be further rationalized by precision farming, by bringing poly houses, etc., etc. So sustainability is extremely important. And scalability. When you say scalability, we need to go up in terms of volume of production. Then we'll get able to get more competitive. So scalability at farmers level, scalability at consumer level, as I said, per capita consumption going up. Like today, 586 grams per person per capita is the per capita consumption, which is going up. It still needs to go up. After all, tomato is supposed to be antioxidant. And all Indians require that to build their immunity. So we need to look at scalability. And the last part of this framework is that finance, which in terms of agriculture credit, are the farmers of tomato getting agriculture credit? They are not getting. While our subsidy component on agriculture credit has increased multiple times. It was 8.5 lakh crore in 2015-16. Today it is 18.5 lakh crore. Approximately. Thanks to Jan-Dhan accounts, more and more people are coming into the fold of agriculture credit. But most of it is going for agronomic crops. Very little is going for horticulture. So how do we now bring in that component and see that horticulture begins to take its own share? Given that thanks to the launch of MIDH, predecessor of MIDH in 2005-06, the gross area has increased to 26 million hectares in horticulture. It is very good. From what was around 11 to 12 million hectares, it has gone to 26 million hectares, and even increasing. I was in Koppal district day yesterday. Most farmers who met me, they said, we want horticulture. Interestingly, pomegranate, for example, and so many other things. They all want to shift from their traditional crop of maize and this paddy, they want to shift from. They want to get into horticulture. There is that aspiration today. So, agriculture credit for the farmers, agriculture credit for the infrastructure builders. Agri-logistics is very important. In the absence of agri-logistics like our pack houses, cold stores, river lands, staging environment, the wastage is around average 20%. Just imagine 20% of 335 million tons, it is nearly 70 to 80 million tons. We are all investing time, energy, manpower, and ecology to produce and waste it, and then generate greenhouse gases. You must be knowing that if greenhouse gas is taken as a country, it is the fourth largest producer of carbon dioxide equivalent. After China, US, and India, the fourth largest producer of greenhouse gases is what is called a food loss and waste. And all thanks to absence of agri-logistics and of course unethical practice of people who take on to eat and don't eat. So we need to look at agriculture credit to strengthen the agri-logistics. To give you a data point, in 2015-16, when we analyzed, we found there were only 10,000 reefer vans in this country while we needed 60,000 reefer vans. Now the figure has gone up to 20 or 30,000, which is a good development. So there are many interventions that we need to make. Processing, both food and non-food processing, we still at a baby stage. Food processing is around 11%, non-food processing is only 2%. Whereas horticulture, including tomato, offers a scope for both food and non-food processing. In the non-food processing, you get into cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, textiles, paints, so on and so forth. And the future is all bioeconomy, based on bioresources. Therefore, tomato has a vast scope. And before I conclude, to make a few the policy recommendations, there are some generic ones which apply to all the crops. Extension service. Extension service for horticulture is very weak even today. The second one is the mechanization. If we are able to bring in mechanization, it is suited to the small mountain farmers and different agroecologies, different topographies. Like Himachal Pradesh, for example, where tomato is grown, but then they have a rolling topography. We need a different types of machines. So we need to look at mechanization. And then agriculture credit, I talked about building value chains, etc., connectives, the farmer produces organization, building of aggregation platforms. Because our small marginal farmers, we need to aggregate. Therefore, our report on doubling farmers' income set up what are called Gramin agriculture markets. APMCs are wholesale markets. They are at a distant location of 40, 50 kilometers. You cannot carry perishables there. You need right at the village at the ground panchayat level aggregation platforms with mini port storages, with mini transport system, and other facilities so the farmers can aggregate after cleaning, grading, standardizing, and then they can move through the pre-cooling, pre-conditioning into the long haul integrated cold chain. So, specifically for tomato, we must promote polyhouses because they bring down the cost. Most importantly, then they enable you to produce throughout the year. Today, because we're not able to match the spatial linkage, that means distribution of space. Like I told you, tomato has to go from Karnataka and Gujarat to Delhi. From Andhra and Odisha it goes to Kolkata. So this regional spread itself is a challenge. And seasonality. Onion best exemplifies the challenges of seasons. There were only 2 seasons, unlike tomato. But onion is consumed every day of the year, everywhere in the country. So both time and space management, that are 2 important factors in marketing. Time integration, space integration. So time integration, that means what is grown today to be consumed tomorrow in meat processing. Space integration to transport to a region requires agriculture. Therefore, friends, there are challenges, but they're all answerable. Only thing is that all of us have been looking at things in a compartmental manner. Value chain is not only for the traders and farmers, it is for also scientists. We don't have interdepartmental communications. Though ICR promotes partnership-based research, but it rarely happens except to put in the paper published project order PI and co-PI. The co-PI doesn't know what is happening here, except that finally his name comes as co-PI. So that he gets a scorecard marking. So that is not it. We really need to work together so that the breeder, pathologists, entomologists, agriculture, economists, all of them are able to get work together. So thank you very much. I've taken a lot of time. I thought that my purpose, in fact, when Dr. Krishnakumar invited me, I know that he invited me because he's a close friend, I'm his close friend, not because I'm a subject matter specialist. But I could not say no to him. Immediately I said yes. Then I was thinking, what am I going to speak to you? And unfortunately, I was so busy over the last 2 months, I was not enough time on that. But then today I just thought that I will give you a broad perspective because you are specialists. You will be able to put the things in the right manner. So I wish you the very best. And really it's good that you brought all of them together. And it's better we start looking at a commodity wise rather than looking generic. We have come to that. India has come to that stage. We don't need any more food just like that. We want now specific food, okay, to harvest the demographic dividend that India has got. Next 3 decades are India's decades. If we do not use next 3 decades, we will be wasting a civilizational opportunity. You know, America grew up because it had enjoyed the demographic dividend from 1937. China has grown because they enjoyed demographic dividend from 1979 to now, till about 5 years back. India is now enjoying that. So what we need to do is, if USA and China could tap their demographic dividend, why India cannot tap? And if you want to tap demographic dividend, 2 critical factors: health and education. Health is not curative but preventive, so it has to be. So we have that responsibility. And I gone to one of the enterprise here in Bangalore. I saw a very nice talk. Everyone on earth is somehow concerned with agriculture, whether he is a farmer or not a farmer. Either he is concerned as a producer or as a consumer. All of us are consumer. Thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Your inputs and suggestions to the farmers, stakeholders, and consumers are noteworthy. Perhaps an eye-opening message to the tomato industry on marketing and post-harvest management, covering competition, inclusiveness, sustainability, scalability, and finance, which is truly commendable. Thank you, sir, for the brief keynote address. Moving on. Now it's time for the release of publications that is a testament to the dedication, hard work, and creativity of its authors. All these works that is about to unveil is a remarkable addition to the agricultural sector. It represents the culmination of countless hours of research, creativity, and passion. It is a treasure trove of knowledge and insight that is sure to captivate and educate its readers. We now have the release of publications. May I now request Dr. Vasudev Rao, co-founder, GRSP Consulting Services, to brief about ATPBR publication activities and the WebCon series. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, respected dignitaries on the stage and off the stage, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored to present to you about the ATPBR publication activities and the WebCon series of publication that we will be releasing the first 3 of the WebCon series in this to this August audience. ATPBR is a non-governmental, not-for-profit organization with a goal to strengthen plant breeding capacity. It aims to create a conducive ecosystem by bringing together knowledge and skill-based experts and organizations on a common platform. One of its main objectives is to capture, consolidate, and distribute wisdom, knowledge, information, etc. in the area of plant breeding from plant breeders who have bred successful varieties or hybrids for the benefit of practicing and potential plant breeders and for the posterity. In this endeavor, ATPBR has already published 2 books in association with Springer. The first one was titled Commercial Status of Plant Breeding, authored by Dr. Aparna Tiwari in 2020. And the second one is titled Market-Driven Plant Breeding for Practicing Breeders, released in January 2023, authored by Drs. Aparna Tiwari, Surendra, Kiku, Sharan Namdi, Suresh Babu Kadaru, A.R. Sadananda, and myself. As of today, the first book is accessed over 850 times from the Springer website, while the second one, in a short period of 10 months, has been accessed over 1,800 times and also being quoted in references. Our chief guest, Dr. Dalwai, mentioned that plant breeding should take into account
the dynamics of the market. So that is exactly what we have done. We have brought together the expertise of various, and this book called Market Driven Plant Breeding, we feel is applicable both to public and private sectors, because there's a general impression that it's only the private sector which is in the market, but in reality, the public sector breeders are also in the market through the seed system, like the National Seed Corporation, the State Seed Corporation. The market is for the seed of the variety. So we are into the variety. So we have brought together this concept of market-driven plant breeding in this book, which is a concoction of experience, decades and decades of experience of all the authors put together, about 100, close to 150 years of experience. In addition, ATPBR is regularly bringing out other publications based on its signature annual 5 conferences, which also document valuable information for the future. ATPBR conducts on a monthly basis web-based conferences called ATPBR webinars, which bring together eminent and successful plant breeders who have achieved laurels in not just the science of plant breeding, but also excelled in other related areas like policy making, education, administration, etc., to pass on their expertise to the plant breeding community. These have been hugely successful, as seen by the numbers of participants registering from India and abroad. The webcon series is the published format of these web conferences, which captures the presentations and contains key messages delivered by the speakers in their own words. ATPBR has so far completed 26 webinars. In this conference, we are happy to release the first 3 of the webcon series. The first one is webcon series 18, titled Conservation of Tropical Fruit Tree Genetic Resources with a Focus on Utilization, by Dr. V. Raman. Unfortunately, he could not be here. The author is not here today because of his personal unavoidable engagements. And I request Dr. Dalwai to distribute these books. Release these books and distribute them to all the individuals. Dr. V. Raman, currently he is a co-founder of GRSC Consulting Services. Over his illustrious career spanning over 4 decades, Dr. Rao has worked at ICRISAT Hyderabad, Senargen Brazil, and IBPGR, later his name IPGRI and Biodiversity International, at Rome, Singapore, and Kuala Lumpur. His work ranged widely and covered various aspects of plant genetic resources conservation and use of both crop and forestry species. He has helped several countries in Asia and to establish and develop national plant genetic resources policies and programs. So the second one in his webcon series 21, titled Mechanisms of Resistance to Thrips and Thrips Transmitted Tospoviruses and Role of Crop Wild Relatives, and it is authored by our own Dr. N.K. Krishnakumar, who needs no introduction. In his 38 years of an illustrious career, he has served as Deputy Director General Horticulture ICR New Delhi, as Director NBAIR Bangalore and Head Entomology and Immunology at IIHR. He has made invaluable contributions in the field of agriculture, horticulture, research management, biodiversity in India and in the region. The third one in webcon is webcon series 22 by our own Dr. Surendra Kiku, titled Breeding Tomatoes for Processing, History and Potential, which is a very relevant topic to today's conference. Dr. Kiku has worked on tomato breeding. He has worked on tomato breeding for over 5 decades. And it will be a small statement if I say that he is part of the history of modern tomato breeding in the world. He is currently the founder and research advisor at Tiara Agrotech Limited. He has held long-term global leadership positions in 3 largest MNCs in the seed sector. Recently, he has been conferred the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Translational Research, jointly by the Society of Plant Biochemistry and Biotechnology and Spring. On this occasion, we would like to acknowledge ATPBR's association with NIPA, the New Delhi-based 5 decades old publication house, who have kindly agreed to collaborate with ATPBR on an exclusive basis for publication and marketing of ATPBR publications. Our sincere thanks to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is a great pleasure to announce that we have chosen to honor Dr. Ashok Dalwai, Chief Executive Officer, for his outstanding contribution in the field of science research and contribution to the humankind. He has served himself in several key positions like Secretary of Commerce and Industrial Development, Government of Karnataka, Principal Secretary, Steels and Mines, and has served as the chairman of various corporations. He has done his contributions to the first agricultural policy of Orissa State, 1997, and first textile policy of Karnataka State, 2003. In recognition of his services, Dr. Dalwai has won several awards, including the conferment of honorary doctorate by his alma mater, the University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad, Karnataka. As a key member of the Bangalore Agenda Task Force, he has implemented several infrastructure projects that transform the city into the Silicon Valley and Garden City of India. His accomplishments serve as a testament to what one can achieve through unwavering determination and passion. All the delegates, it's a request to do the honors and present this well-deserved felicitation.
చేరుతో
Thank you, you to all the delegates for doing the honors. May I now invite Dr. G.S.K. Swami, Dean in Charge, College of Horticulture, Bengaluru, for the presidential remarks.
Good morning to all. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, all the delegates, students, friends. So today we are gathering here for the tomato conference. India is the largest producer of tomato. So with the support of ATPBR, we are first time our university is conducting this conference, national conference on the single crop. So that itself shows the importance of the tomato, and we have a galaxy of starting from the students, farmers, academicians, breeders, corporate people, companies, seed production industries, and our galaxy we are gathered here. So in our beginning itself, Dr. Krishnakumar sir has highlighted why this conference has been conducted. So because of the crisis as well as the importance of the crop. So and also our company stalwarts like Kiku sir as well as Dr. Raman has given the importance of the varieties, plant breeding, role of the plant breeders as well as the importance of the seed in large scale production of the tomato. And as a result, we are actually exporting to the neighboring countries. And during the keynote address, our chief guest, Dr. Dalwai sir, has highlighted the importance of especially role of plant breeders, and not only plant breeders, even the agronomists, horticulturists, and other allied persons like entomologists and pathologists. And also, he has very much highly stressed about the importance of the value chain and post-harvest management. Since it is a perishable crop, so he has highlighted the importance of the value chain so that the farmers to consumers, there should be a proper value chain so that there will not be any loss, and farmers and both as well as the consumers should get the benefit. And also he has mentioned about the cobweb models. So, and he has also stressed about the sustainability and scalability both from the point of farmers as well as the consumers. At the last, he also mentioned about the importance of the extension service. That is one of the lacking in most of the crops, not only in tomato as well as the agricultural crops. And role of mechanization. Nowadays, it is very important because we are facing a lot of problem with the labors and also other problems. So mechanization is one of the important factor, especially in the contour areas, in the areas. So he stressed about the mechanization and also role of FPOs. So FPOs are playing a very important role in the nowadays in the country, not only in the horticulture crops, even other crops also. So he has given highlighted and also given very the thought-provoking thinking about this today's conference. And our director of research, Maheswara, has also mentioned about the importance role of university. Though we are concentrating more on the education, so now we are entering into a production of the more varieties. Of course, we are dealing with the many horticulture crops. So we are also focusing on this tomato and other perishable crops. So with this today's deliberation definitely will take into our research. So in developing the many varieties and also with the support of the companies as well as the breeders. So definitely, I hope this today's deliberations will definitely help in the taking way forward in the coming days. So with this, I thank our chief guest and all the dignitaries for accepting our invitations and presenting this inaugural conference. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for the brief presidential remarks. Without further ado, as we are nearing the end of our formal function, let us observe a moment of silence and profound respect for the scientist Professor M.S. Swaminathan, who has dedicated his life to advancing knowledge in agriculture. As the silence follows, may we honor their legacy and endless contribution towards science. Moment of silence, please.
before we even observe a moment of silence, this is country, if there are scientists who have, today if we have some bread on our plate, not only this part of the country, but the poorest of the poor, unfortunate part of the world, it should thank Dr. Swaminathan. There can be no service to humanity than providing food on the plate. When Mrs. Indira Gandhi visited to seek grains, the New York Times wrote in its headlines, Indian Prime Minister comes with a begging bowl. At that stage, she came back, requested our people to say, do something. I would never like to go to another country asking for food. Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, supported by C. Subramanian, the Jivan Ram, Norman Borlaug. But what is great is not only they gave the seats to this country, they were very liberal in sharing even to some of the countries which are our adversaries across the border. The concept was a green revolution across the region. Food safety ensures less conflict. And today, if we are able to launch space vehicle, today there has been an IT and BT revolution. Today we have purchasing power. Today we are number one, number two, number three. It is the edifice of food revolution, the green revolution, that laid the foundation for this country's development. Let 1,000 satellites go into the sea, doesn't matter. We still need plain food on our plate. It is by default he is a Bharata Ratna. By default, whether you call him, nobody. Mahatma Gandhi was not conferred Nobel Prize. The world celebrated him as a Mahatma. And M.S. Swaminathan, no matter what you tell, he is a Bharata Ratna and much more beyond that. For all the agricultural scientists, he was almost like a demigod. But beyond a scientist, human being par excellence. And one of the greatest orators, communicators, forward thinking, down to earth. You write a letter within one day, you will get a reply. I had an association, very close association, had breakfast with him. I knew his daughter. I was a part of regularly his every birthdays that he used to celebrate in MSSRF. And what is more, you may say from begging bowl to bread basket or some of the coins, even the lab to lab program. I mean, it's not, an ordinary brain cannot come out with those kinds of concepts. Swaminathan unfortunately is discussed only for fixing the parliamentary crisis as a, but his contribution to ecology, environment, evergreen revolution, futuristic biotechnology, and above all, he was one man whose heart was very close to the farmers. And very proud that in this country has given birth to such greatest of persons, greatest of scientists who lived among us, like Einstein said when Mahatma Gandhi died, for generations to come we'll remember such a man in flesh and blood tread the same earth as we are treading today. And we could say the same thing to Swaminathan for those of us who have seen him, interacted with, met him, and what a glowing face, and what a humility, and what a remembrance. I don't understand, I cannot remember the names of 3 persons, but he remembered 3 lakhs of persons without failing even after 20 years. He's a gentleman, fatherly figure, and a man who gave bread to us. In his honor, let us stand, take a minute of silence. Thank you.
Moving on. In the ordinary life, we hardly realize that we receive a great deal more than what we give, and that it is the only with gratitude that life becomes rich. As we draw the curtains on this remarkable event, to extend heartfelt gratitude to all those who made this evening a resounding success, I now invite Dr. Aparna Tiwari, Chief Executive Officer, ATPDR, to propose a vote of thanks.
Very good morning, everybody. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, sir, distinguished guests on the dais, and all valued participants. It's really an honor and privilege for me to present vote of thanks for this very important inaugural session for this conference, which is organized by Foundation for Advanced Training in Plant Breeding in association with University of Horticulture, Bagalkot. This conference, we have a very diverse and distinguished assembly of people who comprises policymaker, executive, scientists, breeder, farmers, students, and all range of stakeholders you can imagine who are working directly or indirectly with tomato. And they all are poised to explore various facets of tomato value chain. During the conference, there will be various lectures, discussions, brainstorming, and main focus would be about problem perspective and plant breeding solution within tomato industry. The attention will be on tomato crop improvement research, the most pressing challenges, comprehensive collaboration with stakeholders, advancement in technology to enhance germplasm quality, and synchronizing efforts toward sustainable production and availability of tomato. Our primary goal is to examine factors affecting tomato productivity, market dynamics, identify and prioritize future requirements, and establish a national agenda to address these challenges. The plan will aim to produce most robust, climate resilient, disease tolerant, and superior quality tomatoes grown in open and protected cultivation. In addition to this discussion, we will also focus on fostering intellectual, financial, and mutual collaboration and cooperation to mitigate market price fluctuation and develop strategies that will benefit both farmers and consumer. The efforts organizing committee has taken to select every speaker and panelist. I'm confident that we will be able to meet the expectation what you all have set from this conference. First and foremost, I express my deep thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, sir. Your thoughtful address has really profoundly set the note of this conference, and we are grateful for your valuable time here. A very special thanks goes to our gold sponsor, Mr. Naren Krishnakumar. He couldn't make it this morning, so thank you for Raman sir for representing his presence here. Your organization has constantly supporting us, and we are really grateful for that. I cannot express enough gratitude to our founder, director of ATPDR, Dr. K.R. Narayan sir. Despite of his poor health, he managed to be here. Thank you, sir, for all your backup support and giving a visionary path to ATPDR. I extend a very special thanks to our conference chair and program chair, Dr. Surendra sir. He is the brain behind this whole program. He has derived the whole structure. So I'm sure you all have a wonderful time, knowledge, and interaction under his supervision. I must acknowledge the invaluable contribution of our conference co-chair, Dr. Krishnakumar sir. His visionary approach to this conference is skillful, coordination with diverse institutions and organizational leaders, and his passion for bringing all stakeholders together is really remarkable. I would like to express our gratitude to our collaborative partner, the University of Horticulture Science, Bagalkot, for their unwavering support in the planning and execution of this program. And of course, a very special thanks goes to Dr. Maheswara for assembling a dedicated team of well-versed and committed committee member who has provided all the basic supports we needed for the execution of this conference. Thank you for GSK Swami Sir, Dean US Bagalkot, for being here and gracing the event with his presence here. Today we had the privilege of launching 3 noteworthy books: Mechanism of Resistance to Thrips and Thrips Transmitted Tuscovirus, and the Role of Crop Wild Relative by Dr. Krishnakumar Sir. Second book is The Conservation of Tropical Fruit Tree Genetic Resources with a Focus on Utilization by Dr. Raman Sir. And third one is The Breeding Tomato for the Processing History and Potential by Dr. Surendra Sir. Well, ADPedia is really very fortunate to have the association with these esteemed authors. Their dedication to science and their commitment of serving the society are truly remarkable. Dr. Vasudev Rao Sir, the writer behind these books, deserves special recognition for transforming the thoughts of these team authors into the written word. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. These 3 books represent a wealth of knowledge accumulated over several decades of experience in the field, and it must be a must edition in your library. So if you want to have a copy, please contact the reception desk and book your copy. My heartfelt thanks goes to all the speakers, panelists, delegates, participants who are collective going to define the dialogue for the next 2 days. A very special thanks extend to all the sponsors. Once again, IMD being our gold sponsor, Nunam India Private Limited, Indo-American Hybrid Seeds, Agri Search India Private Limited, East West Seeds Private Limited, Raiswan Seeds Private Limited for being our bronze sponsor, and Bayer and Noble Seeds Private Limited for sponsoring the lunch. I also acknowledge the contribution of NABARD for their publication supports of the abstract book. Finally, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the attendees for honoring us with your presence here. I'm confident that you will leave with a wealth of valuable insights to enrich both your current and upcoming projects, along with a network of connections and collaboration that will stimulate your further growth. Thank you for all your enthusiastic participation. And before we leave, I just want to make the announcement that first Dr. Dalwai sir will be inaugurating the exhibition. After that, we will be having a group picture, and then we will disperse for the tea coffee break. Thank you very much.
Tea break.
ಸರ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ ನಾವು ಬರೋದೆ
ಒಬ್ರಿರ್ರಿ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೆಲವೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಇದು ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ. ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ कितने दिन हो गए देखे
Here's an announcement. Here's an announcement. Participants of first session are requested to deposit their presentations at the respective slot.
ಮೇಬಿ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಆದರೆ ನೀವು ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಇದೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಿಮಗೆ
ಮೂವರ್ದು ಇದೆ ಅವ್ರು ಇಬ್ಬರದ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ವಿಲಾಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ನನಗೆ FPU ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ಪ್ಲೈವುಡ್ಸ್ ಅರೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಶಿಂದೆ ಸರ್ yeah I got this one Bala Saheb I got it
which one you didn't get
no I not got anyone except this one fresh market tomatoes only I have this one
I think he's in place of him now other Jagtap's is coming Dr. Jagtap is coming
okay ನೀವು ಸರ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸರಿ ಅವ್ರ ಹೆಸರೇನು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮರ್ತೋಯ್ತು ತಮನ್ನ announce once again for speakers of first session. Of course, it will not be heard outside. Even if she announces it will. Speakers ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಈಗ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಏನು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? Speakers presentation ನೋಡಿ.
ವಿಲಾಸ್ ಶಿಂದೆ, ಬಾಲಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್, ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸರಾವ್. ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ಫಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಇದನ್ನ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಈಗ, ಅದನ್ನ ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಚಟ್ಟೋಪಾಧ್ಯಾಯ ಯಾವಾಗಿದೆ?
ನೀವು ಅದು ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಾನು ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಓಕೆ, ಇವ್ರದ್ದೊಂದು ಚಟ್ಟೋಪಾಧ್ಯಾಯ ಒಂದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಇದೆ.
ನಾನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇವರು
ಓಕೆ,
ತಿವಾರಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಾಡಿ ನಾನು ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಇರೋದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಇವು ಬೇಕು ಎಕ್ಸಸ್ ಸರ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಇನ್ನು ಇದೆಯಾ ಕೊಡಿ, ಇದು ಅವ್ರವ ರಿಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ರಿಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀನಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇಂಥವು ಯು ಗಿವ್
ಅಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಓನ್ ರೀ, ಅಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಓನ್ ರೀ.
ನಾಳೆ ಪ್ಲಾನರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅಂತ. ಅವಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್
ಪಿಪಿಟಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರ್ದಿದು ಸರ್? ES ರಾವ್ ಅಂತ ಸರ್. ಈ ಕಡೆ ಮತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಇದು ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಕಷ್ಟ. Sir, where is it? This is one only, sir. Hotel Transylvania. These are your files, right? Hotel Transylvania. Oh, no.
Open this one. This is my.
Yeah, it's yours only, sir.
344 years.
Hello.
Presentation.
Getting recognized. Do you have it online? Yeah, I got it.
Hello.
Sir, which one to? Tomato in Telangana?
ES Rao Tomato, Telangana.
This one?
ES Rao Tomato, Telangana.
Okay.
That one?
Yeah. Shall I open it once?
Yeah, it's okay.
Hello.
Same thing.
Okay. Pointer, madam, ಕೇಳೋಣ ಸರಿ. ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ.
Put this one.
Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Check. It's opening. It's opening, isn't it?
Yeah, it's opening. Should I display it there once? If you want, I can.
Just check here. That's enough. Oh, that's fine. Fine.
Oh, it's there also.
Hello.
What's up with last time?
Can you? ಸುರೇಶ್.
ಪೆನ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಓಪನ್ ಆಗೈತೆ.
ಹೋಗಿ. Okay, it's your. These are all your files.
PPT ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Can I connect through? ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಳೆ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ಗೆ ಕಳಿಸು, ಅದು ಹೊಸ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಹಳೆ ಅಕೌಂಟ್. ಹಾಂ. Tomatoes. Is that one?
Just let me check. Yeah.
Okay.
This one you can.
Just I'll save it. Sir, your good name?
Suresh Reddy.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
ತುಷಾರ್ ಅಂತ ಸರ್. ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
National conference on tomato problems, perspective, and plant breeding solutions. That's it.
ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬೇಕು ಸರ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ.
ಈಗ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರದು ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಫಾರ್ಮೆಟ್ ಹಿಂಗಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಈ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇಂದನೇ ಅವ್ರು ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ, ಪ್ಲಾನರಿ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಸರ್ ಯೂಶಲಿ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಈಗ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಹುಡುಗರು ಯಾರು ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು? ನೀವು ನನಗೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಯಾಕೆ
ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಶೀಟ್ ಕೊಡು. ಇದು ತುಷಾರ. ತುಷಾರ್ದಾಯ್ತು. ಬಾಲಾಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಬಾಲಾಸಾಹೇಬ್
ಸರ್ ಅವು ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್.
ಇದು
ರೆಡಿ ಇದೆ ಸರ್.
ಬಾಲಾಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಟೊಮ್ಯಾಟೋಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂತಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ
ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್.
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ
ಸರ್. ಸಾಕಾ ಅದು? ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮೈಕ್ ಸರ್. ಅದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮೈಕ್ ಸರ್.
ಹಾಂ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್.
ಸರ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೆ
ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ.
ಸರ್ ನನಗೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಹಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಇದು ಒಂದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಇದೆ ತೊಗೊಂಬರ್ರ. ಹಲೋ ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
Hello.
ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಬಾಸ್? ಮಾಡಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿ, ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ದನ್ನು, ಅವರು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ನಾನು ಎಸ್ ರಾ ಸರ್ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವರು ಮ್ಯೂಟು ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಲ್ವಾ, ಈಗ ಲೈವ್ ಟೆಲಿಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ.
ಈಗ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ನೋಡಿ?
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ಸರ್ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬಲ್ಲಿ?
ಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದಲ್ಲ ಸರ್?
ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್, ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಓಕೆ,
ಇದೆ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು.
ಈ ಮೌಸ್ ಬೇರೆ ಸರಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ದು ಬ್ರಾಡ್ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಇದು ನೀವು ಚಾನಲ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ನಾವು ಲೈವ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅದು
ಇದೆ ಲೈವ್.
ಪ್ಲಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದಕ್ಕೆ
ಏನು ಬೇಕಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಕಣ, ಪ್ಲಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರೋ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ರಲ್ಲ ತಂದು?
ಸಣ್ಣದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾಲ್ಕಿದೆ ಬೆಳಿ.
ಏನು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್? ಪಾಪ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು.
ಶರತ್, ದಿ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ 2:30 ಇದೆಯಲ್ವಾ? ಇವ್ರು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹತ್ರ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಇವ್ರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ನಿನ್ನ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪಿಗೆ ಹಾಕೋ, ಪೆನ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲರದ್ದು ಬಂದಿದೆ ಈಗ ಈ ಸೆಷನ್ದು. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಒಂಚೂರು ಟೀ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೈಲಿ. ಸಪೋಸ್ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಬಂದರೆ ಸೆಷನ್ 1ನಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ನು ತುಷಾರ್, ಏನೇನು ಬರುತ್ತಂತ ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
ಶಿವಣ್ಣ ಹೇಳು. ಹೇಳೋಣ. ನೀನು ಸಿ ಎಸ್ ಸಿ ಕೇಳು ಅವನಿಗೆ. ಅವನು 23 ಅಂತ ಅವನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ. 23 ಹೇಳೋಣ. ಹಾಂ ಹಾಂ 23 ಓಕೆ.
ಹಲೋ,
ಅಂದರೆ ಸೆಷನ್ 3 ನಾನು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಹಲೋ 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 ಹಲೋ
ಸರ್ ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಅಂತ ಸರ್
ಹಾಂ, ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೊಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು
ಸರ್
ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಇವತ್ತೊಂದು ಮಾಡೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ 5 ಟಾಕ್.
ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗ.
ಟೀ ಕುಡ್ದು ಬರ್ಲೇನಪ್ಪ?
ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್, ನಾವು ನೀವು ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ನೆಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ
ಇದೆ, ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಅಭಿಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
ಹೋಗಿ ಬಂದ್ರಾ? ಹಾಂ ಮುಗಿಯೋದು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ 5-6 ಗಂಟೆ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ.
4 ಗಂಟೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, 3 ಗಂಟೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಗ್ದೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್.
ನಾಳೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ 4 ಗಂಟೆ
5-6 ಗಂಟೆ.
ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ
ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಒಳಗೆ ಇದೀನೋ ನಾನು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ.
ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 8 ಗಂಟೆ.
8ಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ. 9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ 8ಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ಯಾ.
ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಮತ್ತೆ.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಇರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ದಿವಸ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಾ?
ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ರಾತ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ.
ನಮಗೂ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗೋದು 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ?
12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ,
12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
ಮಲ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ ನಾನು ಸುರೇಂದ್ರ.
ನಾವು ಮಲ್ಬಿಟ್ವಿ, ನಾವು ಫೋನು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ. ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಬಿಡಪ್ಪ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಸುರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೋಗಿತ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸುರೇಂದ್ರ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ.
ಏನಂದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಲೇಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಆಸಿಫ್ ಸರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಬೈಕ್ ಇಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರು ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡೋರು 12 ಗಂಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋರು. ನಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆತ್ತದು, ಮಲ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ ಇಬ್ರು. ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ನೀನು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್
ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ತೇನಾದ್ರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು ಕುಡಿಸೋದು. ಏನ ತಲೆ ನೋವಿಸಿದ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರ್ತೈತೆ ನಿಂದ
ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರೋ ನಮಗೆ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಒಂದು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ, 1 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ನೋಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಒಂಥರ ಅಂದತ್ತೆ.
ಏನೇ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ತಿನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕುಂತ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಸುಮಾರು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಂಗೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಅನಿಸಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀನ.
ನಾನು ಹಿಂದೆ 2 ಸತಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬಂದೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎ ಸಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಅದೇನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗದಿದ್ರೆ ಏನೋ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು.
ಟೊಮೊಟೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಾ?
ಆ ಮಾತೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇದು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಅಂತ ಇದಕ್ಕಂತ
ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅದು ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಐತಲ್ಲ ಅದು
ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇಮೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗು ಅದು ಇದು ಬಿಡೋದು ಏನೋ ಇರ್ತಾ ಏನಲ್ಲ.
ಜೀಪ್ ಹಚ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಹಾಸ್ಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೆ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಈಸಿಗೆ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು, ಬೆಂಕಿ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು, ಬೆಂಕಿ ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ. ಕಾಲಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈಸ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಿಗರೇಟ್ ಸೇರ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ಬೆಂಕಿ ಎಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ.
ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ವೈಫೈ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ,
ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಫೀಸರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ. ಟೀ ಕುಡಿದು ಬಂದ್ರ ಈಗ ಕುಡಿದ್ರ ರಶ್ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕುಡ್ಕೊಂಡು
ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ನಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಾಗರ ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಟಕ್ಕಂತ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲ.
ಹಾಂ ಹಂಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಟ್ ಇದೆ ಕೈ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಾ
ಕೈಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ
ಹಿಡೀರಿ
ಪೋಡಿಯಮ್ದು ಇರಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೇನೆ
ಈಗ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹಾಕೋದು ಪಾಕೋದು ಕಷ್ಟ ಸರ್.
ಈಗ ಇವ್ರು ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ನೀನ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು, ಯಾರು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂತಾರೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ದೊಡ್ಡವ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಹಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಇಲ್ಲ
ಹಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅದೇ
ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ
ಅದು ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಸರ್ ಅದರೊಳಗಡೆ ನೀವು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅದು ತುದಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೇ ಇದು ಸರ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಉಲ್ಟಾ ಸರ್. ಹಾಂ
ಹಲೋ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡಿ. National Conference on Tomato, Problems, Perspectives and Plant Breeding.
ಜನ ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಐತೆ.
National Conference on Tomato, Problems, Perspective and Plant Breeding Solutions. It's a 2 days conference. Just now we have completed the inaugural program. So shortly we are going to start technical session 2. technical session 2. Okay, na?
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
Sorry. Off and ದೀಪ ಆರಿಸ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಬೇಡ ಹಂಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ
ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಕೊಡಿ ಹಲೋ 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 ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡು
ನೋಡಿ
ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಟೊಮ್ಯಾಟೊ ಏನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೊಡು
ನೋಡಿ.
National Conference on Tomato, Problems, Perspective, and Plant Breeding Solutions. It's a 2 days conference. Just now we have completed inaugural program. Shortly we are going to start technical session 2. For this session, I invite chair and co-chair and the dais. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. ಇದನ್ನ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನ್
ಸರ್ ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ತರೋದ್ ಸರಿ
ಅವ್ರು ತಂದ್ರು ಹೆಂಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಪ್ಪಾಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ
ಬ್ಯಾಗಲ್ಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಮಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ
You didn't come out?
Madam.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Hello. Bye.
Morning.
Long time.
Yeah,
ಏನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಕೋಡಿಯಂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಕೋಡಿಯಂ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಕಾಲರ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕಾಲರ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕೋಡಿಯಂ ಇದನ್ನ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ಓಕೆನಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇದೇನಾರ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಕಾಣ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ
ಪಾಯಿಂಟರ್ ಸಿಕ್ತು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್ ಸರಿ ಕೊಡಿ ಸರಿ ಕೊಡ್ರಿ
ಒಂದು ಇದನ್ನ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಒಂದು ವಾಟರ್
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ರೆಪೋರ್ಟಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡ್ಲಾ?
ಸರ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ನೀವು ಈ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ. ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಆನ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ನೋಡು ಫಸ್ಟ್. ಈ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಯಾವ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಆ ಕಡೆ. ಹಾ ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ತುಷಾರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವರು ವಿಲಾಸ್ ಶಿಂದೆ ಅವ್ರ ಬದಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತುಷಾರ್ ಜಗಪಾತ್, ಸಿಇಒ, ಸಹ್ಯಾದ್ರಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್. ಹಾಂ ಸರ್, ಹೌದು, ಅದು ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್. ಹಂಗೆ ಇರಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ, ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್ ಟೀಗೆ ಕುಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಸರ್?
ಸರ್
ಟೀಗೆ ಕುಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ?
ಕುಡಿದೆ
ಮೇಡಮ್, ನೀವು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇದು
ಈಗ ಇದು
ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ನೋಡಿ.
ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಅಪ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಈಗ.
ಹಾಂ ಸರ್,
ಶೇರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಬಂದಾಗಲಿ
ಶೇರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್
ಈಗ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇದನ್ನ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿರಿ.
ಸರ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಹೌದಾ?
ನಮ್ದು ಅದೇ ಆಸೆ ಸರ್. ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಬಿ ಎ ಸಿನರ್ಜಿ, ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಸಿನರ್ಜಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನ್.
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್,
ಅದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಬರಬಾರ್ದು.
maybe we are on the path. ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೈಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಆಯ್ತು. ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಸರ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು? ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್
ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ.
ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ
ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಜನ ಇದಾಗ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. 5, 6, 7 ಹಿಂಗೆ.
ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ
ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ, ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾದೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
Be careful, be careful.
Good and I am.
From Darwin studies PhD
ಸರ್ ಯಾರಿಗೆ
मैडम अपन
ब्राउन चाहिए था,
ಮರೂನ್ ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದಿದೆ, ಅದೊಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್
We will be shortly starting the technical sessions. I request all the participants to come and occupy their respective positions. Thank you.
ಶರತ್, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀನು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬ.
ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೆಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ದು?
ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಒಂದು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಬಂದಿರೋ
ಯಾವ ಥರ ವರ್ಕ್ ಸರ್ ಅದು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬರೀ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಒನ್ ಇಸ್ ಓಕೆ.
ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ
I hereby request all the participants to kindly assemble at the hall. We'll be shortly starting our technical sessions.
Sir, they can focus also, sir.
We'll keep it in the bag.
ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು
ಅಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಮತ್ತೆ
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಶೂರಾ?
ಹಾಂ ಸರ್.
ನೀವು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ, ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್?
ಹಾಂ ಸರ್. ಬಾ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾದ ಅದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಸೊ ನೀವು ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್. ನೀವು ಇದು ಯಾವುದು ಇದು ಲಿಂಕ್ ಇದು ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮೀಟಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಸರ್,
ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು.
ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತದೆ.
ಈ ಮೂರ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನನಗೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅದು ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಓಪನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ.
ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫಿಸಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ತಾನೆ?
ಒಂದು ಮಾತ್ರ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್
ಇದೆಯಾ ಈಗಲೂ? ಅದು
ಇದೆ
ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡೆಡಾ?
ರೆಕಾರ್ಡೆಡ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಅವರು ಈಸ್ ರೆಡಿ ಟು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್.
ಸರ್
ಬೈಲಿ
ಸರ್ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡೆಡ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಅದು ಯಾರ್ದು ಹೇಳು?
ಅದೇ ನಿನ್ನೆ
ಸಿಕ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ ಅದು
ವಿಂಡೋ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ?
ಸಿಕ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹತ್ರ ತಗೊಂಡು ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳದ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಇದು
ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಹಿಯರ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ
ಈಗ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ ನಾಗರಾಜ್, ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ.
We would like to ascertain the kind presence of Dr. Jagda, if he's here.
ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇದೆ.
Thank you.
ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ?
ನಂದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಗ ಇದೇ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು? ರಿಫ್ರೆಶ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ?
ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ರಿಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಂ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಗೋ ಟು ಲೈವ್ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ.
I would like to check the kind presence of Dr. S. Hebbar and Dr. Prakash Tripathi.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಗೋ ಟು ಲೈವ್ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
ಹಂಗಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಲೈವ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಲೈವ್ ಒನ್
ಶೇರ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಸರ್. ಅವಾಗಲೇ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ 1 ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ 2 ಅಂತ ಬಂದಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಸರ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿ ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಅದು ಬೇಡ ಸರ್.
We'll be shortly starting our technical sessions. I request all the participants to kindly occupy the seats.
ಆಯ್ತು.
ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ?
ಹಾಂ ಸರ್.
ಶೇರ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್, ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮಾಡಲಾ?
A very good afternoon to everyone. We'll now begin the technical sessions. The session is national and regional scenario in tomato production and economics. The chairperson for the session is Dr. Sharan Angadi, Director, ATBPR. Co-chairperson, Dr. M. Prabhakar, retired Professor of Agronomy, Division of Vegetable Crop Science, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, IIHR Bengaluru. The reporters for the session would be Dr. S. Hebbar, Principal Scientist, ICER IIHR Bengaluru, and Dr. Prakash Tripathi PS, Division of Horticultural Sciences, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. I request the chairperson, co-chairperson, and the rapporteurs to take their respective positions.
ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಬಂದಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಚೆಕ್
I now request the chairperson to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಾ? ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಲಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅದೇ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನು 2 ಆಯಿತಾ? ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು.
ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈಗೇನು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಹೇಳು.
ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಅದೇ ಹೋಗಿ ಸರ್, ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸರ್.
ಅನ್ಬೇಡಿ ಅನ್ಬೇಡಿ ಆನ್ ಆಯ್ತು ನೋಡಿ, ಅದು ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ.
ಒಂದು ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಬಟನ್ ಒತ್ತಬೇಕು ತಾನೇ?
ತಿರ್ಗ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇವಾಗ ಆಯ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನ ಪಾಸ್ ಎತ್ತಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
ಸೊ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನಿ ಸರ್.
Good afternoon and welcome back for this session, first session.
ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸರ್.
As mentioned, it is national and regional scenario in tomato production and economics. Since morning, several things have been said about importance of tomato, why this conference, and what are the relevance. So we thought we'll start with experiences of FPO and fresh market tomatoes, current demand and supply. In this session, there are 6 presentations. I understand only 5 presentations. For this, I would like to invite my co-chair, Prabhakar, previously at IIHR, Agronomy Professor, his old friends. And for this, we have Dr. Shankar Habad, who is a rapporteur for this session. And Dr. Prakash was mentioning about Sahyadri farms. Recently, just 30 years, they have attained a turnover of 1,000 crores based at Nashik. And Mr. Vilas Shinde, Chairman and MD, was to be here, but I understand in his place, Mr. Tushar Jagtap, CEO, will be making a presentation. And Tushar Jagtap is here? Yeah, please come. Please. Over to you, Tushar, please. Yeah, we kindly stick to the provided time. We have to maintain the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected dignitaries on the dais, all sitting dignitaries in this auditorium, scientists, farmers, industry people. It's an honor to be here as a farmer and as a pure representative to showcase our case study. We'll be covering all the points in 20 minutes time as decided. And just a brief about what Sahyadri is doing so that everybody is on the same page what exactly Sahyadri is doing. And on that context, we will start with the tomato value chain, what work we have done into it. Next slide, please. So, Sahyadri, FPOU, most of you must have heard about, but the journey started in 2004 when a small farmer group of 10 people came together. They were all growing grapes and struggling market their produce in a better way. They came together, they decided why not to export our produce on our own so that we can get the premium, and just kind of jugaad they made. And with some agent, they exported their grape 4 containers to Europe and failed because of various problems in the cold chain management, supply chain management, quality management. And that was the first time when these people visited European market, understood their potential, and found that there is an abundant opportunity for us. But if we do not work out it in a proper way, we cannot utilize this market. At 2005, they started the new study, and the journey started. In 2010, it was all unorganized farmer group working in a manner, but all were doing it together. 2010-11, finally, they decided to constitutionalize this structure, and this is probably the first Indian farmer producer organization, which is a self-promoted farmer producer organization. Most of the farmer producer organizations are either promoted by the government or NGOs, but Sahyadri is the first self-promoted organization. Our MD, Mr. Vilas Shinde, had this vision to bring in farmers together and have a complete solution for the farmers, make farming as a profitable and sustainable business for all the farmer members in all aspects. And in this journey, major focus is upon the marketing and rest of the thing, like increasing the productivity, improving the quality, reducing the cost of production, that kind of things are aligned with it. But major focus of the organization has always been remained upon the marketing. So we started 2011. We started as an organization. 2015, the entire focus of the organization was initially on the grape crop only, as the grape crop farmers were there. And by 2015, Sayadri, as has envisioned to become a very scalable business, became the largest grape exporter of India. At the same time, this 2015 year proved to be a turning point for Sayadri's journey as well, because there was a natural calamity in 2015 when in February month there was a huge rainfall in Nasik region and our entire export activity gets stalled. The main season, March month, we could not export because of the rainfall, because of the quality issues in the grapes. And that's where, as a management, we understood that along with grapes, we need to have some alternative diversification into our business model. And at that point only, we have also understood that it's not only for the organization, but for the member farmers as well, because that farmer has also incurred losses because of the climate change and kind of issues happened. So what was the next option? And tomato was the immediate next option, which I will be covering in the next slide. So in 2015, we understood the need of the diversification, and immediately in 2016, we diversified into the processing division and tomato processing plant, tomato paste manufacturing plant. We set up in 2016 with a capacity of 400 metric tons per day. In 2016, again, along with grapes, we started providing membership for the grape tomato farmers, and around 2,500 tomato grower farmers became the member of the company. 2021, Sayadri became the largest tomato processor of India. Right now, as a Sayadri, we are having more than 20,000 farmers and 7,000 associates, and out of that, 7,000 farmers are tomato growing farmers. As sir mentioned, in 2023, we crossed turnover of 1,000 crores, and this year we are targeting a turnover of 1,500 crores. Next slide. So as I mentioned, if you see the demography of grape grower farmer in Nasik area or Maharashtra, especially in Nasik area, where this company came into picture. So grape is a perennial crop, having one-time harvest, one-time income, very high risk crop considering the climate change conditions, high investment is required, and farmer is having a perspective towards this crop as a long, whatever income is generated from this crop. He will be using as a for investing into tractors or houses, vehicles, weddings. So long-term investments he is doing from that income. And to cater his day-to-day expenditure or day-to-day cost, even the fulfillment of short-term recurring expenditure for the main crop, that is grape, he is parallelly cultivating tomato as a supporting crop. Most of the farmers are having this practice. Tomato, again, few of the advantages for the farmer are day-to-day he is harvesting this crop. It's generating a day-to-day income for the crop for the farmer.
I'm sorry.
So it's a supporting crop which company was not focusing earlier, but because of the 2015 scenario, we decided to focus on this crop and ultimately started working on the tomato, what we can do on this crop. Next slide. Next slide.
No, what I'm requesting, just sorry, you switch off some lights so that we can see the screen very clearly. Yeah, screen is not very, not very clearly.
Yeah. So then we started studying upon this, researching upon it, what exactly interventions, what value we can add into this crop for the farmer, and few of the things which we all know, but just for understanding or setting up the context, I have put this slide. So there is a general scenario in the tomato crop. There is increase in production, arrivals, price moves down. When demand is less and supplies are high, price moves down. Farmer normally when the prices are below his cost of production, farmer starts neglecting the crop because he cannot meet the expenditure of the crop. And after a certain period of time, as one farmer decides to neglect the crop, most of the farmers decides to neglect the crop. And after a certain period of time, again, there is shortage in supplies because most of the farmers have neglected the crop or removed their crop, shifted to other crop, and again the price moves up. This is the general scenario you can see in tomato crop. Next. Another study we conducted, Pimpalgaon is one of the major market in Nasik territory, major tomato market, especially in Western India, you can say. This tomato, we studied the complete arrival and price data of this Pimpalgaon market, wherein we understood that at a supplies of 2 lakh crates per day, 20 kg crate, the price is in the range of 200 rupees per crate, which is a average accepted price range for the farmers. If the price drops, if the supply drops down below 2 lakh crates, like 1.5 lakh crates or 1 lakh crates, the prices moves up from 200 to 300, 400 or 500. But when the supplies goes beyond 2 lakh crates, like 2.5 lakh crates or 3 lakh crates, the price drops down sharply, and many a times at that point of time, even farmer is not getting 20 rupees or 30 rupees a crate price at that point of time. This was what we studied, and also come to understand that disposal of this extra material in the market, if we can do, then that can create a stabilized situation for the tomato farmers to certain extent. Next slide. So Sahyadri's overall model, if you see in any crop, so along with grapes and tomatoes, Sahyadri is actually working in another 10 crops. Considering the today's context, I am only talking about tomato. But as a Sahyadri, we are having a vision to provide an end-to-end solution for every crop. So reducing the cost of production, increasing productivity, improving quality, exporting the material as far as it is possible. Exporting along with exports also, if we can do fresh domestic trade as well, so that farmers another grade of produce can be disposed of in the domestic market. And thirdly, processing whatever B or C grade produce the crop is generating, that should be processed. This is what strategy we are adopting in each and every crop. When we talked about tomato, we found some challenges in adopting the complete strategy. So on the back end side, optimization of cost of production, optimization on productivity, we focused upon, wherein we targeted that minimum 2,500 crates per acre should be the productivity of our farmers, and we are very proud that around 70 to 80% of our farmers are right now meeting this criteria. They are producing 2,500 crates per acre. So that was what we targeted. If we have a productivity of that kind, then at that point of time, our cost of production per kg will be around 2.5 rupees to 3 rupees per kg to the farmers. And as I mentioned, in case of tomatoes, we did not wait on to the exports or domestic trade because of some interesting challenges in that particular segment, which I will cover in the next slide. But we completely focus upon the processing. If we enter into the processing, can we really create a support system for the farmers? And that's where the processing facility made a difference. We started this activity, and at a minimum cost, that is minimum support price, which is provided to the member farmers, is 4.5 rupees per kg. So at any point of time, farmer will not be making losses. He at least will cover his cost of production and other costs from the processing activities Sahyadri has started. Next slide. So just for everyone's reference, so as a Sahyadri, we were having a strategy to completely work on each and every segment of the market, like export market, domestic market, or processing market. But as Ashok Dalwai sir told, what is my expertise, what are my strengths, I have to understand that, and accordingly I have to take decision. As a Sahyadri, we are having a vision to work in all segments of the market in tomato as well. But considering the real value which we can add into the farmer's life, we have focused right now on the processing segment. On fish export side, as per data, hardly 1% of total produce we are exporting right now. Additionally, our major export markets were Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Middle East. Pakistan export has been stalled because of the restrictions. Bangladesh volumes are reducing day by day because of high import duty on that line. Nepal is completely very small market. Middle East ideally needs very different varieties. Whatever exports we are doing, that market size is very negligible. Traditional supply chain is very well established and very competitive. So we didn't find any core value that we are adding to the farmers' lives by entering into the export of tomatoes in a traditional segment. What we are doing right now. Again, on fresh domestic side, very huge market size is there, but market is highly unorganized. Traditional supply chain well established and very competitive. Trade is happening at a very marginal margin levels. Cash flow is a challenge. The payments are not coming in time because of the unorganized sector and everything. So again, we found struggle there. How can we make a difference in the lives of the farmers members as a Sahyadri farmer producer company? So we again skip idea to enter into the domestic segment. On processing side, when we studied the entire market scenario, we understood that it's a growing market. Process tomato is going to be a growing market, especially tomato paste. There is abundant supplies of B or C grade. Even in the case of high prices, there is a produce, B or C grade produce, which cannot be transported to the long distance, and that is going to come for the processing for sure. So that was another observation. Comparatively in 2016-17, there were very few processing industries functioning and especially working upon the tomato crop. So that was again an opportunity for us, which we found out. Also, we find out that there is disparate need for a disposal of this B or C grade produce. Large scale intervention is possible. Scale is very important part. As a FPO, we understood that if there is no scale, there is no mean to enter into that segment. And through processing, we understood that there is a big scale which really can impact the lives of our member farmers. We can provide assured market to our member farmers by intervening into the processing, as well as we can provide assured price for our member farmers, which can create a sustainable income for them to a certain extent. Next slide. So this is what the tomato journey Sahyadri has gone into. So in 2016, we set up a tomato paste manufacturing facility at 400 metric ton per day capacity. Around 2,500 grower farmers of tomato, which were specifically growing tomatoes, were registered on the system, which were started supplying to Sahyadri. In 2017, we started our own ketchup manufacturing facility at that point of time. And the thought was that we will process tomato into tomato paste and we will make our own tomato ketchup and enter as a brand into the market. So that was the thought, because value addition can generate maximum revenue for the farmers. 2018, fortunately some things happened and we started supplying tomato paste to Hindustan Unilever, to their Rajpura plant. And that's how the journey started. They saw the strength Sahyadri has made, the work we are doing at the farm level, the complete supply chain, the complete traceability, what we can provide. And that's where the things changed. In 2019, Sahyadri and HUL came together and they set up their first ketchup manufacturing plant, the Kisan brand manufacturing plant at Sahyadri, with a very marginal, somewhere close to around 24 metric ton per day capacity at that point of time. And thereon, every year, because of the strength Sahyadri was having, because we were sitting in the main market where tomato is being grown, we are producing tomato ketchup, which is a raw material, tomato paste, which is a raw material for the value-added product like ketchup on our own, and we are manufacturing ketchup in our own premises, which is a complete value chain, generating very high revenues for all the stakeholders. It is benefiting to the farmers, it is benefiting to the FPO, and it is also benefiting to the value player like HUL. So it was a very strong proposition for everybody. And thereon, from 2019, each and every year, HUL started expanding their activity, their ketchup manufacturing facility at Sahyadri. So in 2019, we did another intervention, that is, we launched an application named as Togo, because there were a number of farmers' connection to the company was increasing, and it was very difficult for us to manage the supplies. Because when there is a flood situation, every farmer was interested to supply material to Sahyadri, and how to control those supplies in case of blood market was a big challenge. So we just tied up with one of the startup named as Visadogo, and this Visadogo developed a technology for us, Togo. We just handed over this Togo application to our 2,500 farmers. And we just release our demand, daily demand, like we want 400 metric ton tomatoes every day. On 4 o'clock, that demand will be released. Farmer will be having the notification in his mobile application at around 3 o'clock. That Sahyadri's demand will be released at 4 o'clock. Farmer will go into the application, he will book his quantity like 100 crates, 200 crates, whatever, according to the area he has already registered in the application. And then we come to know out of 400 metric ton, how many metric ton produce has been booked by the farmers. So this helped us to manage our supplies. When there is a rush in booking the material, like we have seen instances where 400 metric ton, or right now we are processing around 1200 metric ton per day fruit. Within 7 seconds, 1200 metric ton fruit has been booked on the application by the farmers. That rush we have seen, and this helps us to understand the market dynamics, whether there is abundant supply in the market, and there are some situations where we are getting only less supplies, and at that point of time we have to raise the prices further to manage our processing production capabilities. So that this Togo application helped us to scale it up in a big way. So 1200 metric ton per day capacity company is running now, and entire operation is being handled only by one person. Single person is handling the entire operation because of the technological intervention. So technology is very important, playing a very important part in this journey. So again, 2021, we became the largest tomato processor of India. When we started with grapes, there was an ambition that we will be the largest grape exporter of India. In 2016, when we started with tomatoes, there was an ambition that we will create a scale as a farmer company, as a farmer group. We will create a scale which can really help to the farmer, and we will lead the market, lead this market. That was envisioned in 2016, and we covered it up within 5 years' time. 2021, parallelly, we expanded our capacity from 400 metric ton per day to 1200 metric ton per day. This is probably the largest production capacity at a single plant in India right now. 2022, along with increasing production capacity, we also increased the farmers connection. Around 7,500 farmers directly or through the farmer producer companies are connected with Sahyadri right now, and every day supplying their material to Sahyadri. 2022 again, as I mentioned, so earlier only farmers were supplying material to Sahyadri, but in order to streamline this supply chain in the proper way, in between small farmer producer company or zone-wise farmer producer companies which are operating in the local zone, we created those farmer producer companies. We supported them. Now the farmer is supplying to these zone companies, and this zone company is supplying material to the main company, that is Sahyadri farmer producer company. And this has not only helped us to manage the supply chain, but even the end farmer is receiving the price which has company has decided to pay to the farmer. So there are very minimal gaps in between, and we are having the complete traceability from the farmer to the farmer producer company, from the farmer producer company to the main company. 2023, we cost 1.5 lakh metric ton crushing, and this year, looking at the current prospects, looking at the current scenario, we can comfortably cross 2 lakh metric ton crushing in tomatoes. Next slide. So few of the observations, what advantages we have created, what challenges we have faced. So we have provided assured beyond market for our farmer members for beyond C grade produce. Minimum support price of 4.5 rupees is assured for the member farmers. At least the cost of production of the farmers. I cannot say we are generating revenue profitability for the farmers, but it's a cost of production. The cost of production of the farmers is secure. We are convincing farmer or educating them that rather than focusing upon the price, let's focus upon the productivity. And as long as we can take maximum output from the crop, like crop is for 3 or 4 months capacity is there to generate production. If because of the price movements, farmer is not actually getting that advantage, then it's a problem. So because of the processing, farmer is in a position to extend his crop to its highest potential. Farmer is having complete flexibility to sell his produce outside if higher price is available in the fresh market. So that's the philosophy Sahyadri is having, that in any condition, if farmer is generating higher revenue, so we should support that. As a Sahyadri, right now we are not providing any solution to the farmers in the fresh segment. So farmer is at any point of time he is getting better returns. He can sell his produce to the fresh market. Better earning. That's why farming is having a better earning opportunities, as both process and fresh market is accessible to him. Because of for his B or C grade produce, there is post market available, for which he is having an assured price and he's covering his cost of production. And when fresh market is on the upside, he's having an avenue to generate maximum revenue out of it. So because of the processing, stable and sustainable income generation for the farmers is possible. To certain extent, it is possible. One of the farmer from Nasik, Mr. Mahasab, is here, and he met me yesterday, and he was telling that because of Sahyadri, you cannot see the tomato being thrown on the roads in last 3 to 4 years. So that's the difference we have succeeded in. On the challenges side, authenticate cultivation data is missing. So every year there are buzz about the cultivation area. Many of the industry players, farmers, nurseries telling that area is growing or area is not. So exact data related to the cultivation is missing. Low mix and color value in the prevailing varieties is a challenge for the processing industry. So that's our major challenge right now. Processing is a stop loss environment. Opportunity to earn max lies in fresh trade only. We understand that, and that is another important challenge. Farmers' perspective, as this tomato crop is not as a processing crop. He's growing this crop as a crop for the fresh purpose only. And as per the situation, he's supplying this material to the processing units. Farmer wants maximum returns from the crop. As such, adaptation to process grade varieties remained a concern. We have tried few experiments in Nasik, but adaptation to these processing grade varieties have been a challenge in front of us. As process grade varieties have less shelf life, acceptance for table consumption is limited. So process grade varieties acceptance in the table segment is less. In the glut situation, as I mentioned, 1200 metric ton per day is our capacity, but this 1200 metric ton is even getting booked in 7 seconds. It means that whatever facility we have created is not sufficient. We are really not providing real solution to most of our farmers, because many of our farmers might be not getting their supplies to Sahyadri. So that's the biggest challenge in front of us, on which we are working right now. There are some instances, but these are very few instances when there is sudden price rise in tomatoes. Sometimes it happens. At that point in time, we have to stall our operations completely. But it's a general scenario which happens. Next slide. Few of the
please wind it up.
Yes, it's the last slide. So few of the learnings, solid steps needed for data aggregation, seed distribution, satellite imaging may help to precise data mapping. Processing can bring in stability in overall tomato trade. Global tomato paste market is around 50 lakh metric ton, which is a very huge market. This is a net figure. I don't have exact figure, but this is what we understood. India market is around 60 to 70,000 metric ton. So abundant scope for process market development globally and domestically. Global tomato paste market is growing at around 8% year on year. There is abundant scope for export of tomato paste subject to quality. We have to improve on quality, and Sahyadri is looking into it. Maybe next 1 or 2 years we will be starting exporting of tomato paste into the market. Focus need to be on existing tomato growing clusters only for capacity expansion, because the real strength lies over there. If we focus upon that, our efforts will be well utilized. Although farmer needs stability in income, he bets on high income generating avenues. Processing is providing his stability, but he wants higher income. As such, response for process varieties is not promising. Processing can act as a stop loss arrangement for the farmers, but maximum revenue is possible from fresh business only. Varieties specifically grown for processing having less adaptation in common production area, as these varieties are having limitation for sales in fresh market. Although produce for process going to be a key factor in coming period, and hence process variety will play an important role. So these are our submissions, these are our learnings. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Tushar, for that excellent presentation. Brought out the challenges, advantages, everything. I think we very much appreciate that. Companies doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Now, looking to the time, we have time for 1 or 2 quick questions. Any questions, comments, suggestions? Yeah.
Sharath?
I see. Tisha, yeah, please. Three questions we will take. If you have more questions, please have one.
Thank you, Sahyadri, stop loss arrangement for companies. I think, as we have been discussing,
India is a huge country. There's a lot of tonnage in producing the tomatoes for processing, right? If we want to be competitive globally in the processing segment, from your experience, what as a some 3-4 years back, definitely we were not competitive in the exporting tomato paste. But right now, looking at the current price trade in the global market, Indian tomato paste is definitely a competitive commodity in the export on the export context. Only few things are there, like their requirements, their quality requirements are a little bit different. Our plants are not designed according to that requirement. And another important part is our own consumption. So somewhere close to 70 to 80,000, 70,000 metric ton tomato paste requirement is there in the domestic market itself. And against that, I think we are very close to that. Around 50 to 60,000 metric ton tomato paste we are as a country we are manufacturing. So there is already a gap in the domestic market for the supplies. But definitely, looking at the global scenario, there is a big opportunity in the export market. And in the next 2 to 3 years, definitely tomato paste export, processed tomato export is possible. Thank you.
For your initiative, I want to ask you what is the break-even price people can get? 4.5 rupees is too low. If you not getting loss and the farmer not getting loss, what is the price you can?
So 4.5 rupees is the price point. If
Is it possible to increase further?
For processing, in case of processing, there are some kind of limitations because the prices of the commodities, like suppose tomato paste price, is decided upon the global scenario. So in Unilever, when they are purchasing from Sahyadri, so they are also comparing it with the global scenario. And that's why the processing product prices all around the globe. Yeah, that has been fixed or are ranging in certain range.
Because you being a FPO, why can't you increase little better? That's what I want.
So ultimately, it's a commercial organization again. So we have to see the commercials as well as the farmer welfare aspect. That's where at least the cost of production of the farmer has been secured, and there is an opportunity for the farmer. There is a price appreciation in the fresh trade, which is a very big possibility. Most of the times, farmers have that possibility. I think my friend Mr. Dawasa will also explain about it.
Same price, your farmers, your group.
Yeah, they are also getting at the same price. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? I have one is you are doing C and D grade going into processing so that the fresh market they can do. So I think the price should not matter to them if they get only 4 rupees because Madhu that's an answer to your question. Probably the 30% of the total production you are going.
In case of blood situation, get the situation where you are the fresh material is coming to body processing.
But the second part is you are saying your average yield is 62 tons per acre. Is that correct?
Around 50 metric tons.
50 metric tons.
Yes.
So which is pretty good even if they get 4 rupees per ton.
Right. Yes. That's the logic.
We are considering 25 tons. Our country. But the farmer is taking 60 tons, 50 tons per acre. There is the second part. So third part is, do you think they not because you are not staking that, right? Do you still stake them because that increases the cost?
Yes.
So but if you do, you see, you go to California, it's only non-stake. If you get the variety that is non-stake, that will reduce your cost of cultivation and you will get better quality because you don't have the viscosity you need, you don't have the TSS you need, you don't have the shelf life you need for transport. So will that help?
100% it will help. Only thing is, as I mentioned in the presentation also, there is an adaptation issue, and this will take some time. But work is going on that direction, and definitely.
To all those last questions. Hold the speaker like this. If you hold it like this and speak, nobody will.
One more question.
One quick question.
Last one.
Last question.
Remaining can interact.
Seeing as a question, but see, then one question, suggestion can ask. Can you just think in terms of tomato tamarind paste, tomato chili sauce, tomato? See, these are all the diversions which there is a scope for that.
Yes, definitely, sir.
Tomorrow we have a presentation.
Actually, sir, as I mentioned, in 2017, when we started the tomato
please keep a bowl or something so that if there is no time, everybody will deposit their question. Copy your questions there and they will be answered. Good suggestion. We will do that.
Thanks for a nice presentation. My question is, what is the main hindrance in adoption of the processing variety? Every time ICR and ministry, every time they are putting pressure that we don't have processing variety. Although even private sector and public sector both have developed several varieties which are very good in processing trades. And last year also we sent our IRI bred varieties for testing, even for validation at Sahyadri. I know Sachin and so those people, they were in our contact. But what is the main hindrance in adoption of those varieties?
So basically, see, at least in Nasik, so at 4.5 rupees, farmer is generating a revenue at around 50 tons. Farmer is generating a revenue of around 2 to 2.5 lakh. And with 3 rupees per kg cost, around 1.5 lakh is his cost of production. So farmer is generating a revenue of 50 to 60,000 per acre at the minimum cost price range we are talking about.
Yeah, good.
At that point,
Last question, Dr. Krishnakumar. Just
so at that price point, farmer is not satisfied because farmer wants maximum returns from his 1 acre land because he's having only 2 or 3 acres land. So 50,000 for the classic farmer is not really happy with that. So that's why he wants a better return and he's focusing upon the fresh trade. Definitely it will work.
See, I'm not putting any question. I have a little experience with this company. Because in the month of August, we had been to the company, Sahyadri Farms, my basic company. Of our Dr. G.S. Prakash. It is a wonderful experience for me to see the Sahyadri Farms, their processing unit, their supply chain and all. One must see, especially the students and also the farmers must visit the modalities of supply chain program. And I wish that government of Karnataka should also establish such type of replica of Sahyadri Farms so that the farmers will definitely have an advantage. Thank you.
That's a good suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Jagdish, for wonderful presentation. At least we should applaud them. They have made a beginning. This is an eye-opener for many of the. Really good. I call upon Bala Sahib to make his presentation. Both are have a connection. Those who are having, it's a good time. At least I should say that even in the times of distress, instead of farmers wasting the commodity, they are being provided the break-even price seems to be all right because when they are not having good market, then only they are giving it. They have no objection. That freedom they are given to the farmers. It's an excellent. Maybe it is an lesson for people who want to start this, and many can mention. I really appreciate the previous. Please.
With the permission of the chair, here is an announcement. I request all the participants who are presenting the posters to display their posters at the respective slots arranged outside the hall. I also request the speakers of the technical session on crop improvement and productivity to hand over their presentations at the console. I repeat, I request the speakers of technical session on crop improvement and productivity to hand over their presentations at the console. Thank you. I request the chairperson to resume the session.
Good afternoon, everybody present here. My name is Balasaheb Majnui. I am from farmer from Nasik, Maharashtra. As you know, Nasik is not only famous for fruits like grapes, pomegranate, but also for vegetables like onion, tomato, capsicum. We are proud to have with us Sahyadri Farm and Sulavani. I would like to request you to please allow me to speak in Hindi so that I can present more effectively. No problem.
ಆಸಿಫ್ ಕರೆದು ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆನ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
Okay, no problem. वैसे तो 1 घंटे में भी एक पॉइंट के ऊपर नहीं हो सकता है, लेकिन 20 मिनट में आपका हो जाता है। माय सब्जेक्ट एरिया अंडर टोमेटो एंड टोटल प्रोडक्शन इन महाराष्ट्र। महाराष्ट्र में ऑल महाराष्ट्र में ईयरली टोमेटो का प्रोडक्शन यानी कि कितना लाख प्लांटेशन होता है अराउंड। ये जो आंकड़ा है ना, ये जो है ये गवर्नमेंट का है, लेकिन ये 60,000 है, ये ट्रू नहीं है। मिनिमम इस साल में 80,000 हेक्टर यानी कि 2 लाख एकड़ तक प्लांटेशन हुआ है टोमेटो का महाराष्ट्र में। इतना बड़ा प्लांटेशन है और उसका एवरेज अभी जगताप साहब ने भी आपको एवरेज बताया है, लेकिन मैं भी हमारा फार्मर का जो एवरेज है वो आपको बताना है। अभी देखो एटलीस्ट प्रोडक्शन 12 लाख टन, ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम। पर हेक्टर प्रोडक्शन 55 to 60 टन, ये भी आंकड़ा है ना, ये भी गवर्नमेंट का या कुछ लोगों का है, लेकिन हमारा जो है पर एकड़ 80 टन। आप रॉक हो जाएंगे, आप बोलेंगे बाला साहब झूठ बोल रहा है, लेकिन हमारा पर एकड़ में 4000 कैरेट निकलते हैं, 20 केजी का कैरेट है
प्रेजेंटेशन
लेकिन ऑल फार्मर नहीं निकलते, ओनली 1% या 2%। अब कुछ फार्मर ज्यादा निकलते हैं, लेकिन मैं बताता नहीं रहा। वो आप मेरे को बोले बाहर जाने के बाद मेरे को आप सब घेराव डालेंगे, ऐसा क्यों निकलते हैं। पर हेक्टर प्रोडक्शन 50 to 60 टन। Some farmers could only produce 10 ton per acre, only 10, और some farmers 80 ton। ये वेरी ट्रू, ये झूठ नहीं है। नेक्स्ट
यस सर।
टॉप हाइब्रिड टोमेटो नहीं पीछे गए टोमेटो प्रोडक्शन की डिस्ट्रिक्ट सोविंग पीरियड एंड प्रोसेसिंग अंडर हाइब्रिड। तो देखो ये जो टमाटा नासिक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, महाराष्ट्र में 14 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में टमाटो होता है। सबसे ज्यादा नासिक में होता है, सातारा, सांगली, सोलापुर में होता है, अहमदनगर में होता है, पुणे में होता है, और बाकी थोड़ा बीड, परभणी, लातूर, नागपुर, उस्मानाबाद उधर भी थोड़ा होता है, जलगांव में होता है। जैसा नासिक डिस्ट्रिक्ट, नासिक में महाराष्ट्र में 14 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में होता है, लेकिन हमने देखा है कोलार का बहुत बड़ा नाम है। इधर साउथ इंडिया में कर्नाटक में जैसा उधर हासन, हुबली के पास कोपल डिस्ट्रिक्ट, और इधर कोलार, चिंतामणि, ये इधर ये बाजू में 2-3 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, उधर भी टमाटो होता है। आंध्र में मदनपल्ली का बहुत बड़ा नाम है। कोलार में जो होता है वो राउंड सेगमेंट में होता है, लेकिन नासिक में जो होता है वो टमाटो ऐसा टमाटो बनता है वो ऑल इंडिया छोड़ के बाहर देश में जाता है, एक्सपोर्ट होता है। टमाटो आइडियल खरीफ, हमारा खरीफ सीजन है वो जून में आता है, 25 में से स्टार्ट होता है, 15 अगस्त तक खत्म होता है। और आइडियल रबी सीजन 15 अक्टूबर से 15 दिसंबर तक खत्म होता है। और एक समर सीजन है, समर सीजन आपने लास्ट ईयर में सुना होगा। समर सीजन में हमारे इधर जो कड़वन, सटाना या सटाना के साथ बैठे यशवंतराव हीरे, वो साइड में ऐसा टमाटर बना था, एवरी ईयर बनता है, लेकिन वो टमाटर का रेट वो ऐसा हुआ था 5,000 रुपए पर क्रेट, 3,000 रुपए पर क्रेट, 2,000 रुपए पर क्रेट। मैं आपको बताऊंगा तो आप मानेंगे नहीं। ये 1 एकड़ में पिंपल मेरे गाय उभरने के पास 1 एकड़ में 27 लाख रुपीस 1 एकड़ में पैसा मिला है, लेकिन वो रेट बहुत था, यील्ड बहुत था। जैसा अभी साउथ इंडिया में जो यील्ड निकलता है वो मेरे को फार्मर बोलते हैं ओनली 10 टन पर एकड़ में, उसके ऊपर जाता नहीं, 1200 कैरेट, 1500 कैरेट। हमारे इधर के फार्मर है इतना बड़ा ईल निकलते, लेकिन ईल निकल का फार्मूला वो अभी इधर बताने के लिए टाइम नहीं, बाद में बताऊंगा कभी। और 90% फार्मर 10 और टॉप हाइब्रिड जो महाराष्ट्र में किसानों को बहुत पैसा दिया है, किसान बहुत पैसे वाले बन गए, वो टॉप हाइब्रिड वैरायटी की वजह से बन गए। नासिक महाराष्ट्र में ओनली एक 5% वो राउंड सेट बिट करते हैं, जैसा वो संभाजीनगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट है उस एरिया में, नहीं तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा टोटल अभी ये जो नीचे वाला फोटो आप देख रहे हैं, ये पर एकड़ में 4000 कैरेट निकलने वाला प्लॉट है। ये है 6242 सीजन का वैरायटी, और वो साइड में वो सेमिनस कंपनी का आर्यमान है। इस साल में आर्यमान और महाराष्ट्र में 70% प्लांटेशन हुआ है। वो टोटल एक्सपोर्ट जाता है, बांग्लादेश जाता है, नेपाल जाता है और दुबई जाता है। और देखो सेमिनस आर्यमान योगी 35, सिजेंटा 6242, सेमिनस अथर्वा, सिजेंटा मेघदूत 2048, सेमिनस विराम, सेमिनस और सिजेंटा साहू, और नेत्रा का आदि। नेत्रा ने थोड़ा सा धोखा दिया लास्ट ईयर में, नेत्रा अभी खत्म हो गया है, उसे प्रॉब्लम आया। और अभी इस साल में एक दूसरा कंपनी ने धोखा दिया है, उसका नंबर है 2587। और दूसरा एक अभी निर्मल कंपनी का एक वैरायटी इस साल में महाराष्ट्र में नासिक में नंबर 1 सक्सेस हुआ है। उसको इतना डिमांड है, नासिक में जो एक्सपोर्ट का काम करता है एपीएफसी कंपनी, अमर फ्रूट कंपनी, वो पर डे 200 ट्रक बांग्लादेश सेंड करता था, लेकिन अभी 50 ट्रक भी नहीं जा रहा है। वो जो प्रॉब्लम है वो आपको मालूम है क्या प्रॉब्लम है? तो ये जो कंपनी है, ये कंपनी ने बहुत बड़ा बनाया है किसानों को। एवरेज आर्यमान योगी 35 मेघदूत और अबो वैरायटीज गिव्स 40 to 80 टन पर एकड़, लेकिन वो आप बोलेंगे 80 टन कैसे निकालता है? हम भी लगाएंगे पूरा सीजन का वैरायटी 80 टन निकाल के दो। कि उसके लिए आपके सॉइल में कार्बन और ओसी और एसी जबरदस्त चाहिए, उसके लिए काम अच्छा करना चाहिए। साउथ के फार्मर मैंने देखे वो ऊपर काम करते हैं, लेकिन नीचे पहला काम करना चाहिए जमीन में, सॉइल में। जो सॉइल में काम करता है, सॉइल कंडीशन एकदम हेवी बनाता है, ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन ज्यादा बढ़ाता है, उसके पास टमाटो को अभी ये जो आप देख रहे हैं बाजू वाला फोटो, ये एक ट्री इसका प्लांटेशन है, उस दोनों में 3 फीट का अंतर है। आपके इधर कैसे लगाते हैं? 1 एकड़ में 6000 लगाते, इधर 5000 लगाते, हम 3500 ट्री पर एकड़ में लगाते, और उसके ऊपर इतना लीड लेते का वो लास्ट में मार्केट जब कम होता है ना, तो एकदम लास्ट में तो भी टमाटर ट्री के ऊपर 150 फुट रहता है मार्केट कम होने के टाइम, फिर वो फेंकना पड़ता है। अगर उसी टाइम में मार्केट ज्यादा होगा तो जबरदस्त पैसा बनता है। और वो जो सेमिनस है वो बाजू वाला आर्यमान, उसके ऊपर भी बहुत आता है, उसका थोड़ा फ्रूट छोटा रहता है, लेकिन उसके ऊपर भी बहुत यील्ड बहुत अच्छा आता है। और इस साल में जो अभी 23 वैरायटी है निर्मल का, उसका डिमांड बहुत ज्यादा है। अगले साल में महाराष्ट्र में वो 50% वही वैरायटी रहेगी। और मेन चैलेंज है बाय फार्मर्स वाइल प्रोड्यूसिंग टोमेटो। टोमेटो क्रॉप में कौन सा चैलेंज है? सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज आप सबको मालूम है, रेट का है। रेट कभी हाई होता है तो कभी ज्यादा होता है। और दूसरा है लेबर शॉर्टेज। आपको मैं बताता है पूरा इंडिया में लेबर का प्रॉब्लम है। लेबर कंपनी में 150 रुपीज पर डे काम करना चाहता है, लेकिन फार्मिंग में 500 रुपए दिया तो भी नहीं बोलता है, क्योंकि वहां धूप लगता है, बहुत काम करना पड़ता है। और दूसरा है अनअफोर्डेबल रेट्स ऑफ पेस्टिसाइड्स, लिक्विड सॉलिड फर्टिलाइजर। पेस्टिसाइड का रेट आपको बोलने की जरूरत नहीं, क्या रेट था 10 साल पहले और आज का रेट कितना है? 3, 4, 10, 15, 20% ज्यादा रेट हो गया है। यानी कि 1 एकड़ के लिए खर्चा बहुत बढ़ रहा है। इसलिए ये किसानों को बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। और गवर्नमेंट इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट पॉलिसी जैसा गवर्नमेंट का अभी बांग्लादेश के लिए एक ट्रेडर ओनली 200 ट्रक सेल करता था 16 टन का पर डे टमाटो का एक्सपोर्ट ओनली नासिक से। तो आज वही ट्रेडर बोलता है हमको 10-15 ट्रक भी नहीं सेट कर सकता, क्योंकि एक ट्रक के पीछे उनको 10 लाख रुपीस 9 लाख रुपीस उधर स्टैंप ड्यूटी भरना पड़ता है, उधर पर टैक्स भरना पड़ता है। ये बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, ये गवर्नमेंट का पॉलिसी। इसलिए इंटरनेशनल जो गवर्नमेंट का रूल है वो पाकिस्तान में नहीं जा रहा है, ओनली बांग्लादेश जा रहा है और थोड़ा नेपाल में जा रहा है, और इधर दुबई में डेली नासिक से कुछ कंट्री जा रहे हैं। अगर हमारा सैलरी कंपनी नहीं होती तो नासिक का जो टमाटर आप देखते तो पूरा रोड के ऊपर सब टमाटर फेंक देते थे लोग, लेकिन अभी 4-5 साल से सैलरी कंपनी की वजह से सब टमाटर जा रहा है उधर प्रोसेसिंग के लिए। ओनली एक कंपनी 2 लाख टन टमाटर प्रोसेसिंग करते, और ऐसी छोटी मोटी भी कंपनियां बहुत है, यानी कि ओनली महाराष्ट्र में 3 लाख टन टमाटर प्रोसेसिंग होता है। इतना बड़ा काम सैलरी का है। उसके बाद में सीड, जो सीड का मैं बोल रहा है, अभी पहले बोला मैं सीड का फ्रॉड, सीड में फ्रॉड होता है। कभी कभी कंपनी धोखा देती है, वो क्वालिटी मेंटेनेंस नहीं करती, टमाटर में बहुत नुकसान होता है। उसके बाद में रिड्यूसिंग सॉइल ऑर्गेनिक कार्बन, वो तो मैं बोल गया आपको। वाटर शॉर्टेज, इस साल में ऑल इंडिया में पानी का शॉर्टेज है, ऑल इंडिया में कहीं पानी नहीं है, बारिश हुआ नहीं है, और समर में बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम आने वाला है। ओनियन का क्रॉप भी नहीं होने वाला, बहुत कम होगा। टमाटर का जो फार्मर टमाटर लगाएगा समर में, उसको और ये लास्ट ईयर जैसा भी रेट मिलने वाला है, नहीं तो आप सब लोग टमाटर लगने को बोलेंगे। और पावर सप्लाई का आपको मालूम है, करंट का बहुत प्रॉब्लम है, लोड शेडिंग। इसके बाद में डिफिशिएंट इन फाइनेंशियल सप्लाई, फाइनेंशियल की सप्लाई तो किसान बहुत एवरेज करता है, नहीं देता है, बैंक वाला तो कहां से लेके आता है। उसके बाद में ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट, यानी कि अपना फील्ड से मार्केट में लेके जाने के लिए 1 एकड़ में कितना खर्च आता है, मैं नेक्स्ट में आपको बताने वाला है। लेट गाइडेंस का अभाव है, क्योंकि बहुत फार्मर बोलते हैं हमको 80 टन नहीं निकलता, 50 टन नहीं निकलता, 40 टन नहीं निकलता। इसके लिए निकालने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, वो गाइडेंस देना चाहिए। यूनिवर्सिटी जो है, अभी यहाँ बहुत बड़े बड़े साइंटिस्ट बैठे, यूनिवर्सिटी के भी लोग बैठे, किसानों के लिए एवरी मंथ में 2 एक ऐसा समारोह भरना चाहिए, गाइडेंस करना चाहिए। अभी ये तक का आप देखने के बाद आप शॉक हो जाएंगे। आपको ऐसा लगेगा 1 एकड़ में उधर मैंने डाला है 2 लाख रुपया खर्चा आता है। 1 एकड़ में 1 एकड़ टमाटो अच्छा बनाने के लिए 2 लाख रुपया खर्चा आता है। तो कुछ लोग बोलते हैं हम 80,000 में निकालते हैं, 1 लाख में निकालते हैं, लेकिन 2 लाख रुपया खर्चा आता है। वो देखो पलटी नागर पहले 1 एकड़ के लिए 4,000 रुपया पलटी नागर के लिए लगता है, रोटी करने के लिए 2,500, और काउडंग 1 ट्रक लगता है, 1 ट्रक यानी कि 25,000। और एक महाजन का एक प्रोडक्ट यूज करते हैं, कोई कौन सा भी करता है 924 महाजन का 2 बैग्स पर एकड़ में 3,580 रुपीस। और ग्रेनुअल सल्फर पर एकड़ में वो यूज करना ही पड़ता है, वो 90% वाला WDG वो 1,300 रुपीस। पोल्ट्री में फर्टिलाइजर बहुत लोग यूज करते हैं, कुछ लोग नहीं यूज करते, वो 16 बैग लगता है। और नीम पेंट टमाटो क्रॉप वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। टमाटर के लिए कलर बढ़िया आता है, टमाटर के लिए निमेटोड का प्रॉब्लम नहीं आता है, वो यूज करना पड़ता है, लेकिन उसमें बहुत धोखा है। बहुत लोग मिट्टी जैसा सेल करते हैं, अच्छा क्वालिटी होना चाहिए, नीम के वेरी जरूरत है। और ट्रैक्टर फार्म कल्टीवेशन 1100 रुपीस, बेड मेकिंग बेड बनाना पड़ता है 1500 रुपीस, ड्रिप लाइन इन लाइन का ड्रिप करना पड़ता है टमाटर के लिए, वो मिनिमम 10,000 रुपीस लगता है 1 एकड़ में। मल्टीपेपर के लिए 1,000। टमाटो सीडलिंग आप बोलेंगे तो सीड नहीं, टमाटो का प्लांट नर्सरी से आप जो टमाटर का प्लांट लेके आते हैं 1 एकड़ में, वहां मैंने डाला है 7,500 रुपीस, यानी कि कुछ वैरायटी का 1 रुपया 30 पैसा मिलता है, कुछ 1.50 रुपीस मिलता है, और कुछ वैरायटी का 11 रुपीस पर प्लांट मिलता है। उसमें क्या होता है, उस जगह में डंपिंग का प्रॉब्लम आता है। अभी कुछ बहुत ग्राफ्टिंग का बना रहा है, ग्राफ्टिंग का जो बना रहा है उसका कॉस्ट 11 रुपीस पर प्लांट रहता है, उससे एक एकड़ में 70,000 रुपए कॉस्ट पड़ता है। और उसके बाद में लिक्विड फर्टिलाइजर 20,000 का। अभी जो फार्मर है, फार्मर को क्या हुआ है, सब कंपनी वाले ने बहुत उसको बताया, शेड्यूल बनाया, शेड्यूल की वजह से बहुत धोखा हो रहा है। इतना यूज करते हैं लिक्विड फर्टिलाइजर, उसको ऐसा लगता है हमारे टमाटर को डायरेक्ट इतना होना चाहिए, बहुत बड़ा यील्ड निकलना चाहिए, वो इतना लिक्विड यूज करते और पूरा सॉइल कंडीशन खराब कर देते। और वो लिक्विड फर्टिलाइजर वो सब आउट ऑफ कंट्री से आता है और हमारा पैसा सब उधर जा रहा है। और पेस्टिसाइड 25,000 रुपीज पर एकड़। पेस्टिसाइड का मत पूछो, जितना कॉस्टली किसान का माइंड में ऐसा है, एक लीटर 5,000 में मिलता है, 5,000 रुपये, वो बहुत बढ़िया होगा। लेकिन उससे बहुत कम रेट का जो प्रोडक्ट है वही रिजल्ट मिलता है, लेकिन वो टाइम पे वो काम करना पड़ता है, स्टे करना पड़ता है। उसके बाद में स्टील वायर, बांबू। स्टील वायर में अभी पहले फोटो देखा आपने हमारा एक, उसमें एक एकड़ में 3 लाख रुपए खर्चा आता है, जो वाई का जो स्ट्रक्चर करते और वो जो ग्रेस्टेड करते वही 3 लाख रुपए खर्चा आता है। लेकिन वो 50 साल तक चलता है, तो फिर उसका कॉस्ट ये एक एकड़ में पर ईयरली 6,000 होता है। और दूसरे बांबू का जो करते लकड़ी वाला बांबू, उसका 60,000 आता है, लेकिन वो 10 ईयर तक चलता है। जो वायर बांबू, तो उसका भी खर्चा पर एकड़ 6,000 आता है। उसके बाद में सोलर ट्रैप और स्टिकी ट्रैप, फ्रूट ट्रैप, ये ट्रैप जो यूज करना पड़ता है, ये यूज नहीं किया तो बहुत खर्चा पड़ता है। ये कम से कम 7,000 तक खर्चा आता है। हार्वेस्टिंग लेबर मैंने मिनिमम पकड़ा है, ज्यादा होता है लेकिन मिनिमम, क्योंकि 1500 कैरेट पकड़ा है मैंने, और हमारे इधर 20 रुपीज पर कैरेट लेबर का चार्जेस है, यानी कि 30,000 रुपीज पर एकड़ में। और ट्रांसपोर्ट चार्जेस 15 रुपये पकड़ा एक कैरेट का, तो उसका 22,500 रुपीज। और स्प्रे पंप उसका जो मेंटेनेंस है वो 5,000 रुपीज। स्लरी जो अमृता 5,000 रुपीज। स्लरी जो अमृता, नहीं तो आप बोलेंगे 0 बजट के ऊपर टमाटर निकालेंगे, आपका पूरा नुकसान हो जाएगा। उसके पीछे भागने का नहीं कभी, वो खाली इधर लेक्चर देने के लिए और आपको सुनने के लिए बहुत अच्छा है, उसके पीछे कभी जाने का नहीं। 0 बजट के पीछे जो फार्मर गया है, महाराष्ट्र में कुछ फार्मर ने सुसाइड किया है, उसको लगा अभी हमारा फ्री में हो जाएगा, उसके पीछे कहीं भागने का नहीं। लेकिन कुछ स्लरी करना पड़ता है, जैसा कैप्सिकम के ऊपर जो ब्लैक थ्रिप्स आता है, वो कौन सा प्रोडक्ट से जाता नहीं, और वो प्रोडक्ट जाने के लिए हमारे पास फार्मूला है, वो सब तुम्हारे घर में है, वो मैं आप भी नहीं बताऊंगा, बात नहीं बताऊंगा। और उसके बाद में सही होने के बाद बेसल डोज का लेबर का कॉस्ट 600 रुपीज, ड्रिप लेबर 300 रुपीज, मल्चिंग लेबर 5,000 रुपीज, प्लांटेशन लेबर 1,200 रुपीज, एंड ड्रेसिंग लेबर 600 रुपीज, स्प्रे लेबर 6,000 रुपीज, एंड फर्स्ट पहले ये टमाटो के लिए जो दूरी बांधना पड़ता है, फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड, इसके लिए इतना खर्चा आता है। फर्स्ट में 1,200 रुपीज और सेकंड और थर्ड में 7,500 रुपीज। ऐसा ये मिला कि टमाटो को टोटल खर्चा एक एकड़ में 2 लाख रुपए करना पड़ता है, बाकी खर्चा फार्मर पकड़ता नहीं। और आपको 80 टन निकालने का होगा एक एकड़ में, तो मेरा फेरी लेना पड़ेगा आपको, वैसा आप नहीं निकाल सकते। टमाटो प्राइस, टमाटो प्राइस देखो, आप सबको मालूम है टमाटो का प्राइस सबसे ज्यादा कम होता है जनवरी से फरवरी मार्च, ये 3 महीने में टमाटर का प्राइस इतना कम क्यों होता है? तो राजस्थान, गुजरात, बिहार, मध्य प्रदेश और अभी हमारे दोस्त हिमाचल प्रदेश के सर, हिमाचल में भी और इधर साउथ इंडिया में इतना टमाटर होता है, क्योंकि उस टाइम में बारिश नहीं रहता और लोकल टमाटर बहुत ज्यादा होता है। यहाँ से जो टमाटर सेल करते मार्केट में, वही मार्केट में उधर भी टमाटर तैयार होता है, इसलिए टमाटर को उस टाइम में रेट बहुत कम रहता है। और सबसे और जब जिस साल में, अभी इस साल में आपने देखा बारिश कम हुआ, बहुत बारिश कम हुआ, बारिश कम होने की वजह से किसी हमारे मेरे को उधर के फोन करते हैं, कोलार के, चिंतामणि के और इधर नागमंगला के, आंध्र प्रदेश के, बहुत फोन करते हैं, फोन के साथ बारिश हुआ क्या नहीं, नासिक का टमाटो डैमेज हुआ का नहीं, यही बोलते हैं मेरे को। नासिक का टमाटो डैमेज हुआ का नहीं, मैं बोला क्यों रे भाई? अरे नासिक का टमाटो डैमेज हुआ तो हमको पैसा मिलेगा। मैं बोलता अगर तुम्हारा डैमेज होगा तो हमको नहीं मिलेगा क्या? बोलते नहीं सर, महाराष्ट्र में बहुत पैसा है। मैं बोला ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम। फार्मर्स emphasis on a single crop. किसान लोग किसान में क्या करना चाहिए? क्रॉप चेंज करना चाहिए। ओनली टमाटो के पीछे सब लोग टमाटो को सर्वे करते हैं। इस साल में कंपनी वाले, सीड कंपनी वाले या कुछ कंपनी वाले कुछ लोग रहते हैं, वो क्या करते हैं, लेक्चर लेते हैं श्रीनगर में के थोड़ा थोड़ा ऐसा टमाटो का डिस्ट्रिक्ट में वो लोगों ने ऐसा धोखा दिया। सब फार्मर का जो 400, 500, 1000 फार्मर आते हैं लेक्चर सुनने के लिए, उसने ऐसा धोखा दिया कि साहब इस साल टमाटर का सीड ओनली 5 टन, ओनली 10 टन गए, इतना कम गए। टमाटर का रेट 500 से कम होगा नहीं। ऐसा बोलते बोलते किसानों ने इतना टमाटर लगा दिया, सबको लगा कि टमाटर का रेट बहुत होने वाला है। और जो समर में हुआ था ना 5000, 4000, उसका भी इफेक्ट है। इसके वजह से टमाटर का रेट अभी बहुत डाउन है, अभी भी रेट डाउन है। ये रेट में कुछ होता नहीं। हमारे जगताप साहब ने कितना कॉस्ट बताया, एक 6 रुपया पर केजी। जगताप साहब ये ठीक है, लेकिन इतना नहीं, बहुत ज्यादा कॉस्ट है। अभी 300 रुपया टमाटर का क्रेट मार्केट में सेल हुआ तो किसानों को ओनली 100 रुपीज मिलता है, लेकिन उसमें मजा आता नहीं। भाई 100 रुपीज पर क्रेट गया तब पैसा मिलता है। अब ये फोटो देखा होगा सबने, ये देखो। और आपको मैं ये बोलता है, थोड़े दिन पहले BSNL कंपनी, फोन की कंपनी, पूरा इंडिया में उतना केबल डाला, पूरा जमीन में, पूरा जमीन भारत का केबल डालते डालते पूरा इतना बड़ा काम किया। उसको मालूम था हमारा बहुत बड़ा काम आगे होने वाला है, लेकिन इधर धीरू भाई के लड़के बोल रहे थे कर लो दुनिया मुट्ठी में। उसने दुनिया मुट्ठी में करने को बोला, फिर इसका इतना खर्चा हुआ, BSNL का पूरा लॉस में गया। यानी कि भगवत गीता बोलती है परिवर्तन इस संसार का नियम है। ये इस दुनिया में का कंटिन्यू परिवर्तन होता है। कभी किसी का दिन आता है, कभी किसी का दिन जाता है। तो ऐसा होने वाला है। टीमिया, ये टीमिया वैरायटी मैंने खुद विजिट मारा है। मैं किसान है, मैंने विजिट मारा, मैंने खुद देखा। वो देखने के बाद ये TRI कंपनी की टीमिया वैरायटी इतना सुपर वैरायटी है और फ्यूचर में इसका डिमांड बहुत ज्यादा आने वाला है। क्योंकि अभी बड़ा बड़ा टमाटर लोग एक्सपोर्ट वाले तो बड़ा टमाटर बोलते हैं हमारे पास मत लेके आओ, उसको 100 ग्राम के ऊपर नहीं चाहिए। और ये 40 ग्राम से एक मिनट में आ रहा है और इतना सुपर, एक कलर इतना बढ़िया है। 12 दिन तक रेड टमाटर 12 दिन तक वो रखो, कुछ खराब होता नहीं। यही टमाटी टोटल मार्केट कवरेज करने वाली है। और किचन, होटल, 5 स्टार, 7 स्टार, ऑल मार्केट ये टमाटर 100% कवरेज करने वाला है। इसका डिमांड बहुत ज्यादा आने वाला है। इसका स्वीटनेस और इतना फ्लेवर इतना बढ़िया है। तो मैंने खुद देखा है और मैंने मेरे घर में भी लेके गया, अभी भी मेरे घर में पड़ा है। इसमें सी विटामिन है। सी विटामिन आपने कोरोना आया था, कोरोना के टाइम और बहुत साइंटिस्ट लोग, बहुत डॉक्टर लोग बताते थे लेमन का जूस ले लो, ये काढ़ा ले लो, वो काढ़ा ले लो। मैं बाकी आपको नहीं बताता हूँ, नहीं तो आप बोलेंगे घंटी बाबा ये नहीं बताना मैं। लेकिन ये इसमें जो सी विटामिन है ये कैंसर के ऊपर मार करता है। ये टमाटर जो खाने के बाद कैंसर होगा नहीं और बाकी हार्ट अटैक का प्रॉब्लम वो भी आएगा नहीं। ये इसलिए ये टमाटर आगे फ्यूचर में बहुत बड़ा काम करने वाला है। तो मैं बोलता है हमारे अभी ये सीजन में, इसका सीजन है, खरीद का सीजन है, तो भी हम अभी ट्राई करने वाले हैं। आइडियल प्लॉट मेरा टारगेट है, मेरा ड्रीम है, आइडियल प्लॉट मैं मेरे फार्मिंग बनाने वाला है। थैंक यू। कुछ क्वेश्चन होगा तो टेल मी प्लीज हिंदी लैंग्वेज।
Thank you very much, Bala Sahibji. It was an excellent presentation, bringing out all the farmers' difficulties. Very, very interesting. And now I think there is slight change in the program. Instead of other presentations, Now we'll break for lunch. And we'll come back maybe after 40 minutes or so. And we have a very interesting presentation on tomato scenario in Telangana, problems, perspectives, and priorities for future production. Srinivasa. That will take off for lunch. Can you come back quickly? 40 minutes.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾತಾಡ
2:15, Krishnakumar says. 2:15, let us be back here. Thank you.
ಏನ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕರ್ರ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ
ಸರ್ ಇವಾಗ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅದನ್ನ
Safe. You are in charge. No problem, sir. My pleasure.
ಸರ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಲಾ
ಈಗ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಸರ್
ಅದು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋದು ಈಗ
ಮಾಡಂತಲ್ರಿ ಏನೂ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ
ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಸರ್ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ವಿಂಡೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಆ ವಿಂಡೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ
ಸರ್ ಇದು ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಆಸಿಫ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅದು ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಯಾಕೆ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಯಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ
ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ ಈಗ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್
Mine is in session 2.
In the afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Just a minute. I'll copy it. Okay, sir.
Screen sharing error occurred.
I have to check with.
It's okay, sir. I'll tell you. So this is the one, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Tell me.
Tomato conference this November 2.
Is it a presentation, sir? October, December it is there?
No. Tomato conference was going there. PPT.
Here, sir. Tomato conference, final November 1, November 2.
November 2. Session 2.
Yeah. Please tell your name.
Zakir Hussain.
Is it okay, sir?
Yeah.
It will be easy for me when you do that.
No.
Okay, sir. Shall I open it once?
Hello.
If you want, you can have a look there.
No, it is not mine.
Oh. Okay. Here it is.
Yeah. Okay, it's okay.
Just if you want, you can have a look there.
Yeah.
It's okay, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So you are moving slide or?
No, sir. Slide mover is there. Sir, you can easily move it. It was a pointer.
So a bit of more slides. So
No problem. You can move on your side.
can I take?
One second.
The pointer. You can check it.
So it works. So this guy was working using it. It works, sir. No issues.
This is just to move.
Yeah.
The middle one is the console.
Yeah.
Okay.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ಆಪ್ ನನಗೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು
Sir,
ಎಲ್ಲಿ
otherwise we put there.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ
Yeah, yeah, no, no.
Okay.
They are very consulted. No, 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 no.
Save. Then I'll share now. Share entire screen. Okay. Share. Okay. So now I'll open the presentation. Okay. Say for example, yes, Raw.
ಬಂತೆ ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಈಗ ಇದು ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋದು.
ಈಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಸರ್, ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್.
ಸರ್ ಮೈಕು ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ.
ಒಂದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ನೋಡು.
ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಸ್ಲೈಡು ಅರ್ಧ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ,
ಈಗ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಸೊ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಶೇರ್ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಏನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೌಸ್
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದೂರ ಹೋಗಿ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತಾಡ.
ನಾನು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತಾಡ
ನೀನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ.
ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಿದೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸರ್, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದಾಗಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ಒಂದೇ ನಿಮಿಷ ಸರ್. ತುಂಬಾ ಲೋಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಸರ್, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಆಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಏನು ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಇದು ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
ನೋಡಿ ಹೆಂಗಾಯ್ತು
ಸರ್, ಅದು ಚಿಕ್ಕಾಬಿಟ್ಲೆ ಇದು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್,
ಅದೇ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ.
ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಸ್
ಎಪ್ಸಾನ್
ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್,
ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್
ಮೈಕ್ ಹಾಂ ಹಲೋ ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ತೆಲುಗು ಓದಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತಾ? ಓದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂರಗಾಯಲ. ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ಹಲೋ ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ? ವಯಸ್ಸೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್? ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡಿ.
ಹಲೋ, ನಂದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ?
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಹೇಗೆ
ನೋಡ್ರಿ,
ಯುವರ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬಿನ್ ಮ್ಯೂಟೆಡ್ ಬೈ ಯುವರ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಹಂಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯುವರ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬಿನ್ ಮ್ಯೂಟೆಡ್ ಬೈ ಯುವರ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಸ್.
ಈಗ ಬಂತು ನೋಡಿ, ಈಗ ಆನ್ ಆಯ್ತು.
ಹಲೋ
ನೋಡಿ, ಇವಾಗ ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ?
ಈಗ ಬಂತೆ.
ಪಕ್ಕ ಕೇಳಿಸು. ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಿದೆ? ಊಟ ಏನೇನಿದೆ?
ಅವನಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೆ, ಹೋದ್ರೆ ತಾನೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ.
ಟೊಮಾಟೊ ರೈಸ್, ಟೊಮಾಟೊ ಚಟ್ನಿ.
ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಈಗ
ನೋಡು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೊಮಾಟೊ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ನೋಡು. ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ?
ನೋಡಿ, ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮೋಡ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು. ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ನೀ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿಂತಿಲ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ.
ಸರ್ ಅದು
ನೀವು ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡ್
ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್. ಅದು ಇದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಂ ಸರ್, ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಹಾಂ, ಈಗ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್. ಇದು ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್.
ಇಲ್ಲೇನು ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಸರ್?
ಸರ್
ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ? ಅವ್ನು ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತಾ? ಅವ ಹೆಂಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕು?
ಶರತ್, ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮೋಡಲ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಯಾವ್ದಿದೆ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಡ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳು. ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ.
ಬಂತಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಈಗ
ಸ್ಲೋ ಸರ್.
ಈಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್,
ಈಗೇನ್ ಬಂತು?
ಲೋಡ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು
ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ.
ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮತ್ತೆ
ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಇದು? ಎಂ ಪಿ
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ MP ಅವರೇ. ಈಗ
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಯಾವ್ದು ಬರ್ತಿದೆ? ಅದಿದು ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಿಂಗ್ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಿಂಗ್
ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನಿಂಗ್ ಇದು
ನನಗೆ
ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ
ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ಇದೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಹಳೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಅದು.
ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು.
ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಾ?
ಏನೋ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪಲ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದಾವೆ, ಏನಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಮಲ್ಟಿಪಲ್
ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ, ಈಗ ಇದಿದೆ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್, ಶೇರೇ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿ. ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಬರಬೇಕು.
ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ
ಸ್ಟಾಪ್
ಈಗ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್
ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟಿಂಗ್.
ಶೇರಿಂಗ್.
ಓಕೆ, ಈಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಪ್ಪ? ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮಾಡಲಾ? ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ
ಫುಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಿದಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಶೇರ್
ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಈಗ ನಂದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಬಂದು ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್
ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್ ಸೇಮ್.
ಸರಿ, ನನಗೆ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಶೇರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ.
ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್,
ವೆಯ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್, ಅದು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಈ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಯಾವುದು ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆದು ಬಂತಲ್ಲ ಇದು. ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಯಾವುದಿದು? ವಿಡಿಯೋ. ಇದು ಐತಲ್ಲ, ನಂದೇ ಅದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತೆ.
ಅದು ಆನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಫೇಲ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ
ನೋಡೋದು, ಇದು ಆಫ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ ನೋಡು.
ಆನ್ ಇದೆ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಯಾಕೆ ಫೇಲ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ? ಓಕೆ, ಈಗ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ.
ಬಂತು ಸರ್. ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್, ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರಿಂದ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಸರ್.
ಪಾಯಿಂಟರ್ ಏನೈತಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಸರಿ ಇದು ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದು PC ಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಏನೋ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಸರ್?
16 GB ರ್ಯಾಮ್ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಇದ್ರಾಗೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಾಗ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ, ಸೇಮ್ ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಚಾರ್ಜರ್ ಏನಾಯ್ತಪ್ಪ? ಚಾರ್ಜರೇ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಂಗೈತಿ ಈಗ. ಈಗ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡು. ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್